savers pamoja na directors wetu. Tunashukuru Baba uliwaongoza vyema, na tuko na imani ya kwamba yale yote ambayo waliongelelea Mwenyezi Mungu imeleta mafuno katika Sacco yetu Baba Mwenyezi. Na tazama hata siku hii ya leo tunapokuwa katika mkutano huu, siku ya leo pamoja pia na siku ya kesho, Mwenyezi Mungu, tunaomba utuongoze, tunaomba amani yako, tunaomba upendo wako, tunaomba utulivu katika mkutano huu Mwenyezi Mungu. Utuongoze katika kila jambo, ikuwe ni wewe ndio unatuongoza hata kwa yale yote ambayo tunaongea Baba Mwenyezi, tukijua kwamba sisi hatuna nguvu, hatuna uwezo Mwenyezi Mungu, pale tunakutegemea. Tunaomba pia hekima kutoka kwako Mwenyezi Mungu, tukijua kwamba tumesimama hapa tukiwa tumerepresent stations tofauti Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunajua kwamba pia Mwenyezi Mungu tuko na directors wetu, tuko na wale ambao wanafanya katika Sacco zetu Mwenyezi Mungu. Endelea kuwaongoza, endelea kuwaonyesha njia ambayo inastahili Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunapoenda kuanza mkutano wetu, uanze pamoja nasi na umalize pamoja nasi, na tutashukuru kwa kila jambo. Tutasema ya kwamba unaweza Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunaomba hayo yote kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina.
Thank you on the lines for that prayer. I want to believe that all of us know that well. Kama kuna mtu alitoka safari.
Members supervisory, karibuni sana for this interaction. Thank you.
Hamjambo viongozi. Mimi naitwa Duni, board member.
Beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen, good morning. My name is Raymond Kimani Ngugi from Prison Staff Training College, member credit. Karibuni.
Good morning, leaders. Nicholas Mombo, member supervisor.
Hamjambo viongozi. Majina ni Victor Garapani, mimi nakia kamati ya usimamizi station yangu ni kisiasa leo.
Good morning, leaders, once again. Naitwa Evans Mabisi, Honorable Secretary.
Good morning, leaders. My name is Nora Kusia, Vice Chairperson.
Good morning, leaders. My name is Bernard Mayaka, Magereza. Thank you. Welcome, Nairobi.
Okay, good morning, leader. I'm Henry Duma, and I'm now national chairman. Thank you.
Makofi kwa chairman. Makofi mengine kwa chairman.
Good morning, dear delegates. My name is Augustine Mukisia, CEO. I will also call upon the members of staff to come forward and introduce themselves.
Staff tuchangamke.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lydia Chumba, currently the internal auditor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. God is good, and all the time. We're happy to see you here today. My name is Sarah Aguara. I'm the one in charge of operations of the Sacco. Thank you.
Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. My name is Samuel Mesopia, the ICT manager. Karibuni sana.
Ushughulikie members ukiwa hapa tu. So kindly let us utilize them. Na wale staff mko pale, zile issues zinaletwa, kindly let us handle those issues amicably, ndio tuweze kusaidia hao members ambao wako stations. So on that note, I want to karibu sana Director Remo. Karibu sana. Ngamke. We are here to learn, relearn na kuendelea kusoma. Karibuni sana. So on that note, I want to bring the national chair to give his remarks as we commence this session today. Situpigie chair makofi mazuri. Come on, hata kama yeye si mzee tumpe ile ya Nyayo, si ndio? 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Karibu chairman.
Okay, good morning leaders. As Honorable has highlighted, yesterday we were here with our top savers, and the event was graced by our Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Arando, and in that congregation, we had some of delegates who attended. Can you please stand up if you are here? Those delegates who are in that forum, please. Asanteni sana. So the total number of our top savers, we have 235 in number, and their total accumulation is 329 million. Top savers have accumulated deposit of 1 million and above. So leaders, we had Dr. Gachara facilitating yesterday's session, two-day event starting today, and we shall have CPA Anthony taking us through. I want to urge you to make good use of these 2 days so that you can actually improve on yourselves. This training is aimed at improving individual and organizational performance as well. I want to believe that when you come out of this place, you'll be a different people and you go impact positively on our members at station level. So at this juncture, allow me to read my official speech. Nairobi County Director of Cooperative, Madam Dolphin Aremo, Starehe Sub-County Cooperative Officer, Madam Mweviga, Board of Directors, Magereza Sacco, Chair Supervisory, CEO, esteemed delegates and guests, good morning. I have a great pleasure in welcoming you to this training on delegates which the Board of Directors 25 as far as training is concerned. As we open this forum, may I start by thanking you for taking time to respond to this call. By the end of our 2-day training, this venue, I trust that it will leave indelible mark, not only in our service to members, but also on personal, financial literacy and development. Esteemed delegates, your primary role is to represent views of members from different stations. The Board of Management is cognizant of the effort you put in ensuring members receive service promptly and their pertinent issues are addressed. I must applaud you for the support you extend both to my board and the entire Magereza community. You always play an active role in shaping and formulating policies that govern the Sacco operations. Therefore, let us always remain firm to the duties our office mandates us to perform and entrusted to us by members. The Sacco performance is in the right trajectory with an increase in member channeling salaries through FOSA. This capacity development, we shall leave this place well empowered while making more gains in moving members back to the Sacco, as you have always aspired to. May we continue to be ambassador to this noble cause, since it remains one of the biggest avenue of our revenue stream. Given the aforementioned, our service to members will not be complete without prior financial knowledge and discipline. As delegates, we lead without prior financial knowledge and discipline. As delegates, we lead by example, by embracing Sacco products and services. Therefore, this training is meant to equip us with additional skill to carry out our duties diligently. The future looks brighter with teamwork and dedication. We are committed to ensuring that service delivery remains our primary mandate to members through various digital channels. We look forward to perfecting service across the Sacco so members can enjoy them wherever they are with assisted technology. Product and services accessibility from the comfort of their homes is our key endeavor. Fellow delegates, it cannot be concluded without mentioning the biggest challenge the Sacco faces. The prudential ratios still pose a challenge, one associated with the liquidity that not only affect financial strength on our members, but also performance in terms of regulatory rating. This is a heavy burden vested on our shoulders. However, we accept the mandate as a service to humanity demands of us. As mitigating measures, it is my prayer and plea that we all patronize the Sacco by recruiting, appealing to members to join and rejoin the Sacco so that we can overcome this monumental challenge. This will free us from the financial prison that we found ourselves in. May I conclude by wishing you a healthy engagement as we look forward to fruitful engagement of this training. Let us make the training live by engaging, discussing with active participation is highly encouraged. Finally, I thank the Board of Management for having confidence in me by electing me as their national chair. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the board for their continued collaboration.
The Board of Directors, the CEO and the management staff, Supervisory Committee, delegates, good morning. Good morning again. Good morning again. My name is Rosalind Mediga. I'm the Starehe Sub-County Operative Officer, and I also directly supervise Magereza Sacco. I'm happy to join you today for the delegates training, and I know that we are going to be equipped. By the end of the day, we shall be better than the way we came in. What I would wish to say is that as delegates, we have a big role of stewardship. You know, we have the representation role, and the reason why we are here is in order to get more information, so that when we go back, we are equipped with more information that we can be able to disseminate to the members who are down there. And one of the biggest roles as delegates is to have the complaints. Every day, you engage with your members on the ground, and there are many issues that are down there. So you have a very big role to play to handle complaints and handle those complaints positively. And where you are not sure, it is important for you to consult the office. Consult the office, consult the directors, so that as you give information to the members, you give them the correct information. And you are the ambassadors. You are the ambassador. You are the brand ambassadors of this society. So you should be talking good about this society. It's a society that you have built for many years. It has more than 40 years. More than 40 years. It takes time to build, but it takes a second to destroy. It takes a second to destroy. You can take years to build, but it can take a second to destroy. So you also have a very big role to protect the image of this society. So with that, I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to invite my director so that she can give her remarks. We can welcome her with a clap. Karibu sana, madam.
Thank you very much, Roslyn, the chairman and the board, the supervisory committee, the CEO and your staff, our consultant, CP Anthony in the room, delegates, good morning. I'm happy to be part of this team today. My name is Dolphin Aremo, the Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi City County. I know we met in your ADM, and I'm happy to meet you again. I also want to congratulate the society for organizing this forum. Yesterday we had a very successful meeting with the top savers, and I kept on asking how many delegates are in this team. And you have seen today there were about 5, excluding the board of directors. Because when this meeting for the top savers was being organized, I told the board members who came to my office that I would wish to see board members there, because you lead by example. I went further to ask, when we were talking about top, how much were we talking about? And I was told it's $1 million. My expectation is to see more delegates next time. Tumekubaliana? Tujaribu, si ndio? Because those people have saved a lot and given us, as delegates, to take a decision on. Those people have no role to take decisions. They only give you the money. And they have trusted you with their money. For your information, I got feedback that they were very happy. They had a consultant called Gashara, and they kept on saying that they wished they had met Gashara a lot earlier. Their lives would have been a lot better. So let us take this forum seriously. As a delegate, you have your role. One major role that you have is to ensure that you have financial literacy. Because the way you operate and the way you behave and the way you dress is a replica of the society. Members have bestowed you with responsibility. And so when we are telling them save, save, they also would wish to know how we are saving. In brief, we expect you to be a role model. Allow me to share with you a few developments that we have in the cooperative movement. Last time we may have talked about the review of the Cooperative Act. The update is that it went through Parliament successfully and is now before the Senate. It has gone through the second reading. As leaders, I expected you to have participated in the public participation. How many of us participated? Very good. At least I have a few. This time we have also gone digital. We were not calling people to the stadium. We wanted you to interact with the website of the Senate. Because there are a few contagious issues there. One of them is term limit. We wanted to hear from you, your proposals. Is it one term? A cooperative called Sacco Central has been registered. And there are Saccos that have onboarded to the tune of about 70. It will give Saccos a platform to share data, share information, do inter-Sacco borrowing and inter-Sacco lending. This year happens to be the International Year of Cooperatives. And we celebrated in a big way during Ushirika Day. And the CEO, I know at some point, will be talking to you. You scooped trophies there, and one of them was on credit management and improved services. I think you need to clap for yourselves. Seeing is believing. See you tomorrow. Make sure you come with those trophies, because we need to celebrate. But even as we celebrate, as delegates, we also need to ask ourselves, what are we celebrating? Those loans you have been taking, ask yourself whether there are things you have done with those loans that you can look at and say, kama sio Magereza, I would not be having this and that. I know amongst us there are people, if they are told to start counting the things they have done with the loans, they will scratch their heads first because they are really not very sure whether there is something substantive they have done other than consumption. Recently, the commissioner released a circular. You are aware, because of devolution, we have two levels of government: the county government, where we come from, and the national government, where the commissioner comes from. So the commissioner released a circular that all SACCOs with a membership of 5,000 and above shall go to delegate system, and the minimum delegate will be 150 and a maximum of 500. Currently, there are SACCOs that we still do AGMs in the stadium. I know you may not believe that we can also do elections through Mlolongo. That is still happening. That you have 10,000 in the stadium. I have to go there with over 10 officers to do elections by Mlolongo. It's normally a very tedious exercise, and that's why the commissioner, in his wisdom, directed that SACCOs go to delegate system. I also want to share with you what is happening in Cusco. And before then, it's also important for you to know that the CS, FCPA Dr. Paranya, appointed a committee of experts to look into any gaps in the Sacco Act with a view to improving that legislation. Cusco is the umbrella body for SACCOs, which has been in existence for the last 52 years. But in the last 2 years, it has had a lot of challenges, and you have heard about it, read about it in the social media. I feel it's important for me to clarify a few issues. Because at some point, some people are also feeling that the Sacco movement is going down because Cusco had challenges. As a society, I know you had share capital to the tune of about 20 million. But there are cooperatives that had invested deposits to the tune of $1 billion. The government has seen it wise to revive Cusco, being the umbrella body. In terms of performance, you are aware we are number 1 in Africa and number 7 throughout the world. And if the umbrella body is not doing well, definitely those positions will be compromised. And that's why, in the wisdom of the government, the CS then removed the board of the Cusco, appointed an interim board for 1 year, whose term came to an end. Another board has been appointed to serve for a period of 2 years. I am privileged that in Nairobi I have donated 5 board members. The chairman of Police Sacco is the chairman of Cusco, and the vice comes from Muhasibu Sacco. We have Stima Sacco there, we have Uniters, and we have KMA. Those are the board members from Nairobi, and a few from outside Nairobi. A forensic audit was done, which is a platform where SACCOs get loans from. Going forward, will be registered to be regulated by SASRA. You remember people were asking, where was SASRA when Cusco was going down or having challenges? Ideally, SASRA was registered to license, supervise, and regulate SACCOs. Cusco was not a SACCO. Cusco was a union. So we are very optimistic that within a period of maybe 2 years, Cusco will be up and running. As I conclude, I want us as delegates to learn from what we were told yesterday by the chief guest, to have a mindset, to have beliefs that you can do what it takes to be done. So with those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to wish you fruitful discussions today and tomorrow. And when you go back, kindly pass our regards and give them the confidence that the Sacco is getting stronger. The Sacco is getting stronger and stronger. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Can we appreciate Madam Aremo with a good clap offering? Next 30 minutes, so that at 10:30 we break for tea. So as our guests leave. Oh, you're going down there. As they leave the podium, I want us to concentrate and be ready to learn from CPA. Most of us have had CPA Njiru. He's very rich, and he has what it takes to help us grow this society. Yesterday, we were told about what is it, Honorable Mugambi? No, we will have our time for reactions, kindly. Si tuheshimiane tu, si ndio? Another rule, let us observe time. Another rule, no heckling, ingawaje inabebwa kwa ile respect one another, si ndio? Rosa anasema no heckling. Andika no heckling. Mugambi? No? No grabbing of microphone. Microphone utapewa na staff na instructions ya MC. Si ni hivyo? So no grabbing of microphone. So Mugambi, ikiwa ndio utagrab, tufanye wewe namna gani? Asante. No grabbing of microphone. Any other rule? Any other rule before ni lete CPA? Yes. Yes. Madam Nancy anasema we balance equity wakati wa kupeana microphone. Tutabalance tu. Asante. Lini umeandika hiyo equity? I want to take the last one. No repetition of the same question. Wakati hiyo session ikafika, if fulani ameuliza kuhusu communication, hapana uliza tena. Sitakuwa mzuri.
Delegates or those who didn't attend last year. So karibuni sana. I hope tulitekeleza masomo ya last year. Did we? Munakumbuka yale tulisoma? Yes? So maybe before we start, we could determine the language of communication. So kwanza nijitambulishe kwa majina kwa wale hawanijui. Najulikana kama Muhasibu Anthony Muthe Njiru. Zaidi ya hapo, mimi ni mkulima wa parachichi. Sawa sawa. Ila leo tutazungumzia mambo ya parachichi, tutazungumza mambo ya shirika letu la Magereza. Sawa sawa. Na jinsi tutakavyoweza kuendeleza mambo yetu ya pesa na majukumu yetu kama wajumbe. So sijui mpaka hapo mngependa tuendelee kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ama tuchanganye? Yes, we can mix a bit with a bit of English. Si ndio? So acha tupime kizungu chetu, Kiingereza. Kindly greet me in the air like this. Wave to me in the air. Wave to me in the air like this. Then hold your chin. Chin ni hii ama ni hii? Chin ni gani? Mbona mnashika huku? Yes? So where is the chin? Which one is the chin? So why are you holding here? Because hata mimi mwalimu nilishika hapa, si ndio? Yes. Then why will you wonder why your members are not saving enough? Because even when you tell them to save, they are looking at how much you save. Tuko pamoja? Wakati walisikia top savers are going to Nairobi, na wewe wakakuona loitering around the station, sawa sawa, wakasema kumbe hata kiongozi tuko naye huku. Wakashangaa wewe unaongoza kina nani? Tuko pamoja? So kama viongozi, our largest obligation is to be role models, and the truth will always be the truth, even if it is not spoken. Are we together? Facts are very stubborn. Facts are facts, and they remain to be facts. Kama hujaweka hiyo pesa, hata usiposema, sawa sawa, hata useme, whatever money you have is what you have as an individual, and that is what will be a role model. So I will have 4 sessions. very boring ones. Tuko pamoja. Kwa wale hatujakutana bereni, I'm known not to be very exciting, but I give the facts. Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo ujitayarishe kungangana ndio uweze kushika, but we want everyone to be able to get and live with something. At a corporate level tuweze kuinua shirika letu. We have been on the path to recovery. You may not be seeing it, but it takes time. Sawa sawa. But also as an individual, because Sacco yetu is made up of individuals. So kama wewe utajiriki, Sacco itatajirikia wapi? Are we together? So in my 4 sessions, the way I've structured them, in the first session, we'll start first by looking at our general economy as a country. Tuko wapi? Because we are a subset of the economy. Then from there, we shall link it up now with how do Saccos work, especially on the financial bit. Ndio tuelewe Sacco inatengeneza pesa kwa njia gani. And I will want to correct a misconception where many of us believe Sacco inatengeneza pesa kwa kuuza loans. Saccos don't make money by selling loans. Saccos make money by mobilizing deposits. The more we mobilize, when we are a Sacco of 5 billion shillings, the much we can generate is 600 or 700 million as revenue. When we are a Sacco of 50 billion, the much we can generate is 5 or 7 or 8 billion. Tuko pamoja. So the bigger we are, the more we can generate. And for us to be big, we mobilize deposits, then we give you loans, and then you invest those loans wisely. Ndio tutengeneze pesa tena, because when you become richer, you contribute more. So that is our entire model. So if we give you loans and those loans don't make you richer, as a Sacco we struggle. Tuko pamoja. Lazima pia nyinyi kama member muendelee kutajirika at an individual level. And tomorrow, remember last time we spoke about passive investments, did you? Tomorrow we will continue now to talk about active investments. How do we become entrepreneurs? How do we transit into, tusikue tu ati wewe unasemekananga ulikuwa mjumbe. What will happen when you have exited from this scene? Tutakuwa tukisema yule jamaa unaona ameparara pale alikuanga delegate kwa Sacco. Or will we be saying you became wealthy by that opportunity ulipata ya kuserve kama mjumbe? So very, very fast, the economic situation in the country. How do you think our inflation is? Our costs very high or very low? Yes, you can shout where you are seated. How do you think our inflation rate is? Very, very high. Bei zimepanda sana. For your information, the current inflation rate in the country is at 3.8%. Tuko pamoja. 3.8%. The target by CBK is to maintain our inflation between 2.5% and 7.5%. So we are very much within range. Sawa sawa. The inflation has come down from a high of 7.5% when the current government took over, 8% in 2017, and the highest witnessed in 2008, 15%, and the highest month in inflation, May 2008, post-election violence, at 31%. What that highlights to you, 2 things you need to note. One, our inflation has stabilized at 3.8%. Indeed, the government do not wish for it to be 23% depreciation, the currency moving up to 160 shillings per dollar. Beginning 2024, this has now been stabilized to 129, witnessing the highest appreciation and restabilization of a currency in the world. 17.1% gain of the Kenyan currency. Sawa sawa. You may not believe it, but the economy, sawa sawa. The figures don't lie. Facts are stubborn. And for your information, I'm apolitical. Tuko pamoja. In other words, mimi siko upande wa 2-term wala 1-term. Sawa sawa. I'm apolitical as a consultant. Sisi kama wakulima tulikuwa nyuma ya Wajakoya. Mulifanya vile mulifanya, saa hizi singekuwa hapa, ningekuwa nafuga fisi. Sawa sawa. So me, I'm only giving you facts as they are. Tuko pamoja. I only give you the facts as they are. So in terms of our currency stability, we have witnessed for some consistency now. The difference between the currency stabilization now at 129, and the previous that was there when the current government took over, is in our foreign exchange reserves. So you may have heard the finance ministry communicating that previously, in the run-up to the 2022 election, the government was forced to consume our foreign reserves to maintain the currency. So now it has been opened up to the market, substantially, not fully, but substantially, the currency is being maintained by the economic pressures. We hope and pray that they will not play with it again when we get to the elections of 2027. Sawa sawa. We delink, if we can delink our politics from our economics, so that the country moves on. Sawa sawa. Munaweza andamana bila kuchoma uchumi. That is what we are saying. Tuko pamoja. Because we don't want to destroy. And we would not want that culture that is appearing in the political scene to come to our circles. Tuko pamoja. We are delegates. We can deliberate our issues in a civil manner. So currency, the other one is demographic, youthful population. This is something you cannot run away from. It is happening in the nation. Will happen in our circles. We need to witness our youth taking up roles in the Sacco. Hata kwa delegates. How many of us here are under 35 years? Anybody under 35 years? Hamuna delegate hata mmoja under 35? Yes, at least I can see some 2 hands. Sawa sawa. Yes, there is some few there. Tuko pamoja. Hao wengine ni wazee wameshikilia viti kabisa. Tuko pamoja. So we must also understand, because we are the leaders, I'm sure the followers, the people who are being recruited, see they wanakuwa members. We must understand how will we handle the youth, the Gen Zs who are becoming members. One of the greatest undoing of the current government is the purported lack of communication, the purported lack of public participation. We must involve sisi kama wajumbe, na sisi ndio we are the ones with that responsibility. Tutakuja huku tuambiwe how SACCOs grow by mobilizing more deposits. Lakini wewe usipoenda grassroots, uambie members wako that we must mobilize more. Wewe ukienda uinsight, you must remember that the Gen Zs, those are your members, they are easily excitable. Sawa sawa. They are willing to burn the entire Sacco for justice. Tuko pamoja. Purported justice. So ukienda uambie board wameamua tuongezewe ile pesa tutakuwa tuna contribute, wanatufinyiria. Na wewe ndio umeenda ukiwa mjumbe ukasema wanataka, kwanza vile mnasemanga wamepanga kutumaliza. Tuko pamoja. These Gen Zs will not care that hiyo pesa ni yao inakatwa. Tuko pamoja. They will want to prove that justice must be done by removing the entire board, by even removing you mwenye uliwaletea hiyo news, wakungoe wakuje wenyewe. Sawa sawa. Yes. So we must communicate the right information. Why are we being asked to save more? Why are we saying as a Sacco we must not continue borrowing? Sawa sawa. We must have those candid conversations and communicate with our members, with our Gen Zs, the youth, and give them opportunity and the right information so they can save early. Waanze mapema, because they have the advantage of time. Tuko pamoja. Because they have the advantage of time. So we need to understand the kind of people that we are getting. They do not just want for you to do what is right, they want you to do it in a right way. I don't know whether I'm making sense. Let me use a political example. We are not saying we don't want the airport to be expanded, but let the process appear to be transparent. Tuko pamoja. The same with your Sacco. They will not refuse to increase the money ups and credit risk. I'm sure you may have heard of the credit crunch in 2008 in the US. What happened in the US? What caused the credit crunch? It was a very simple concept. It may appear complicated in our market, but it was a very simple concept. What happened? The banks in the US would give loans against housing. Mortgages, what we call mortgages. Sawa sawa. So unakopeshwa based on your property. Now the banks then realized they have run out of people to borrow. wamekopesha watu wako na maloans za manyumba. So what did they do? They said when you have your house and you have been repaying your loans, you can come for another loan. So they had what we call class A loans. They introduced double A, triple A, wakaenda B, triple B loans. So the same person would have like 5 loans. Are we together? Then they now would do credit rating of these loans. And people would then proceed and buy what we call securities. They would securitize these loans. You would bet on the loans that these loans will work or not. So when these people became over-levered, in other words, wakakuwa na madeni zaidi ya yale wanaweza, then the market collapsed. There are few people who made money on it. There are people who did what we call buying shorts against the US market, and they made money of it, but very few. Majority of the poor people, the homeowners, are the ones who lost. How can that happen in our space? An ordinary Kenyan nowadays, ako na loan ya Fuliza, ako na loan ya Mshwari, ako na loan ya Sacco, si tuko na yetu ya simu, pia hiyo uko nayo. Ako na loan amekula mshahara ya hii mwezi kabla ikuje, sawa sawa. Na tukijaribu kuambia members we need to slow down, wanasema msitukazie hewa. Si ndio? Na sasa mnataka mpaka loan za 50. There are some Saccos bringing loans za 10 years. Si ndio? Na karibu loan. Tunakaribisha member na loan. What will happen when a member takes a loan of 10 years? You are employed at 27 years. So by the time you finish your first loan is 37. Unaitop up ukiwa 33 years, unaipeleka 43. The second top up, retire imeanza kukupigia indicator hivi. Sawa sawa. By the time you are doing the second top up, loan tatu una retire na loan hivyo. So we need to have a candid discussion about first the interest rates we are charging, because of course we are meant to facilitate business. Si ni kweli? Tunawapea affordable loans. Our key goal is not to milk money out of you, ndio tena tuonyesha tunawalipa pesa mingi. Sawa sawa. So we want to give you affordable loans, and tomorrow we will have a discussion of what do we do with the money we borrow. Na mimi nitakuwa nikiwaongelesha kama mtu ambaye amejaribu biashara nyingi. Last time I told you, there's a time I almost drowned in debt. Tomorrow unfortunately we will not talk about personal debt management, but mimi siku moja nilikuwa na madeni ya more than 15 million. 15 million shillings. Na si ati nilienda nikanunua shamba na iona. Nimejaribu biashara zimekunywa maji. Nimebaki na deni. So I know many of us, because a Sacco is an easy place to borrow, we end up in such situations. Uko na malone, kapesiri unakaangalia lakini pesa yenyewe hauoni. Wengine mpaka wanaanza kutoa stress sasa juu part of the loans ulikopa mpaka ya school fees, unaanza kutetesha mtoto, unaanguka na mimi nimekopa. Sawa. Ulikopa na apiti. So we need to have a discussion about that interest rates. Public debt, these are just macroeconomic factors before we get to our role now in finance. Public debt and domestic borrowing. Currently, we had the 2025-2026 budget, the Finance Act. Sawa. The government has a deficit of about how much? Our deficit was, ama muku soma act, ama this time haikuwa very publicly. We have a deficit of how much? Yes? 1 trillion. Our physical deficit stands at around 820 billion shillings. Last year, I think we were at about 740 billion shillings. Out of that physical deficit, we are expecting to borrow externally out of the country about 300 billion. We will be borrowing domestically about 500 billion shillings. Tuko pamoja? About 500 billion shillings. That has an implication, twofold. One, the money we will borrow domestically will mean that demand or supply of money to borrow will be low, because the government will mop up the money from commercial banks and private investors and Saccos that have excess money to invest. Are we together? Two, it will mean that there is an opportunity for Saccos that have excess liquidity to put their money in the government, which is risk-free. Are we together? However, kama Sacco yetu, are we badly off or are we doing well in terms of debt? We are badly off. Public debt. Sawa sawa. Unfortunately, we have a very negative media. And the current government may suffer from that. As I told you, I'm a political. For the first time in 15 years to the run-up to the current government, we have a net repayment of our debts. In the entire 10 years of the Uhuru regime and the last 3 years of the Kibaki regime, we never had any net repayment of our debt. It only happened in 2024, and we are targeting 2025, and we are hoping it will also happen again, 2025, 2026. We have not, in other words, put in the layman's language, we have not been repaying our debts. We have only been increasing and servicing our interest. It is only in the current regime. The last time we were repaying was during the Kibaki era, from 2004 to 2009. Sawa. But in the current regime, we are having a net repayment. We'll be, if you look at our budget, the 4 trillion budget, we will be paying loans to the tune of 1.2 trillion. Yet we are only borrowing 800 billion. Tuko pamoja. Out of the 1.2 trillion we will pay off, close to 700 of it, 700 billion will be in interest payments. Tuko pamoja. Yes. So, but at the end of it, our debt will be, there will be a net repayment. Something that did not occur in the entire 10 years of Uhuru regime. The Uhuru regime, we took up our debt, public debt at 1.1 trillion from Kibaki. Sawa sawa. By 2022, our public debt had risen from 1.1 trillion to 9 trillion. Sawa sawa. 1.1 trillion to 9 trillion. Currently, our public debt stands at how much? About 11 trillion. Sawa sawa. But we have had a net repayment of debt. Contrary to what I know, you may not want it to be so, but that is how it is. Sawa sawa. Me, I'm only giving you the facts as they are. I have my own misgivings politically, but economic facts are stubborn, and facts are facts. Facts are facts. So we need to understand the public debt and where we lay as a Sacco. Unemployment and loan performance. Unfortunately, we have not been able to absorb very many people into formal employment. Sawa sawa. So as Saccos, having opened our common bond, it is duty upon us as delegates to think how can we get more people outside there who are informally employed, because hizi kazi zile ziko ni informal, si ndio? Kazi zile zinapatikana ni kazi za ukulima, sawa sawa, ni kazi za mabiashara huko nje. So we must think how do we onboard those members. I was sharing with your CEO that the first target as a corporate that they can do in terms of onboarding new members is to target the suppliers, wale ambao wana supply kwa idara. Sawa sawa. Those ones, they should be onboarded and they should be given financing, because the collection, there is a check-off they can arrange. Sawa sawa. Mtu anakuja kusupply mahindi. See, there are consumables that are supplied to the prisons, is it? Yes. So those suppliers can become very easy members and we can easily advance them loans. Sidio. But to be able to recruit the businessmen, to be able to recruit your spouses, CEO, tutatuma CEO akuja ongea na mzee wako kweli? Na wewe uko hapa. Hallelujah. Hello. Hello. Tutatuma CEO akuja ongea na mke wako. Would you be even happy kupata CEO akiongea na mke wako akwambia alikuwa na mrecruit na wewe uko hapa? Si wewe uende umuongelesha umlete. Si hata unaweza anza kusema ni maneno mengine. Sawa sawa. So it is duty upon you first to recruit your family members. Are you together? Because we have opened our bond, is it? We have opened our bond. We have targets to bring members. So it is our duty sisi kama wajumbe first as delegates. We need to see how many people are you bringing. Not just those that we work with. Hata wale watu wako uko nje who are running their own businesses. Cooperatives Bill, which has been mentioned, 2024, it's at Senate. We also now have Cooperatives Bill, which has been mentioned, 2024, it's at Senate. We also now have the Sacco Societies Bill 2025, which is at the National Assembly at the very formative stages. So we'll have a discussion of some of the change. And basically they are not major changes. They are just aligning what we have been practicing now to the law. Because the cooperatives were devolved, but the law never changed. So we are now introducing it in the law. Sawa. So we are just aligning to the law. So SACCOs must strengthen governance, invest in compliance, or consider even mergers to remain viable. Do we want our Sacco to be swallowed by another Sacco? But if we continue remaining hivi, tutakuja na tutamezwa. Because the Saccos that are continuing to grow will become bigger. They will offer a better deal to you members. You will have no alternative. They will be able to comply without any pain. If we cannot meet our ratios consistently, sasa ikai kituambia you cannot pay dividends because you are not meeting your ratios, what will happen? We start hemorrhaging. Members wanatoka. Members wakiendelea kutoka, tunaendelea kuwa more weak. Sawa. So if we continue becoming weak, what will happen? The board at that point must then consider and make a very painful decision. If we cannot meet these regulations, why don't we take ourselves to a bigger entity that can help us meet the regulations? They can pay us better dividends, they can meet our loans more efficiently, and they can meet the institutional thresholds that are required, the ratios. So that is what will happen to the SACCOs that are consistently not being compliant. They will be swallowed by the giants. And the giants is only that they have not realized the opportunities. Because the opportunities are there. The big SACCOs, they don't need to come to you directly as members. They just need to start advertising and telling the small SACCOs we have an opportunity. Your members will push. Muondolewe nyote, mwende nyumbani. Sawa. Waende wachukuliwe na hizo SACCO kubwa. So if we want to protect our SACCO, that our forefathers for more than, you said 40 years, more 50 years, wale waliform hiyo miaka 50 nyuma, would they be happy to hear that it is during our time that Magereza Sacco could not continue and we were swallowed by another Sacco? It would be a very distasteful situation, isn't it? Of course, we are not headed there. We have come from a much worse situation. Sawa. Let me not paint a gloomy picture, but I'm saying there is effort that we need to be put in place so that we become compliant very, very fast in all aspects. Take note, SASRA has improved the economic, the well-being of SACCOs. SACCOs that became regulated, if you look at the SACCOs that were deposit taking, that became regulated 2010, and the licenses I think came out around 2013. If you look at the top SACCOs, more than 60% come from that class. Not because SASRA is watching, because SASRA has set benchmarks. Once you meet the benchmarks, you don't even need SASRA to be there. Sawa. Ni wewe individually. Ni kama tuseme unataka kuongeza kilo. Let me give you a good example. You want to increase your weight. Tuko pamoja? Uende kwa daktari akwambie for you to increase your weight, you need to be feeding 4 times a day. Unakula asubuhi, saa ingine. Do you need the doctor to work with you a confirm umekula? So long as umekula hiyo mara 4, kilo zitakuja. Sawa. So that is the same with SASRA does not need to come and sit in our offices. Tuko pamoja. SASRA does not need to come and follow you as a delegate kukuambia that you must talk good of your SACCO. SASRA does not need to come to your workstation kuangalia kama wewe unaongelesha other members mambo mazuri ya SACCO. Because we know that is what is right, and when we do it, our SACCO will do well. Urbanization and housing. Nowadays there is a clamor for properties. Kuna pesa imepeanwa na government inaitwa Boma Yangu, KMRC, mainly through commercial banks. I still think the best avenue of channeling that money would have been SACCOs. But unfortunately, mainly it has gone to the banks. I came to your officials earlier and I was asking whether we have people in the diaspora. Currently, Kenyans are emitting every year more than 500 billion shillings. We must take a bite in that cake. Sawa sawa. And how do we do so? We must be deliberate. Kama wewe as a delegate, unajua member ambaye alienda ng'ambo, you need to talk to the office and tell us munajuanga nani anakuanga Saudi Arabia. So that sisi kama ofisi, we will take the obligation kumpigia simu, kumweka kwa WhatsApp group, ama kwa WhatsApp kukua tunamuongelesha. When you have one member in the diaspora, their remittances at times will outweigh even 50 members hapa locally. Do you remember kama ana save $500 per month? Yours in more than 60,000 Kenya shillings. How many of your members combined will bring 60,000? Hizo ni ukiweka 3,000 ni watu 20. 20 of your members wanawakilishwa na member mmoja. Sawa sawa. So we need to be deliberate about those members in the diaspora. Lakini information itoke kwetu sisi as delegates. Wale member unajua walienda, walitoka na wako Kenya, give us their contacts and talk to them. And we are not asking for this information with malice or negativity. We want to help mobilize them. And I have seen it working for big Saccos. There's a very small Sacco in Embu that has about 200 members, but they started targeting their diaspora. Walianza I think wakiwa na only 10 people in Saudia. Wakawa engage, wakawaambia ongelesheni wengine. Now they have grown their diaspora membership to more than 40 members. And those are net bringers of money. There is one Sacco, women based here in Nairobi, I'm sure director anaijua, has more than 1,600 members in the diaspora. Their asset base currently is more than 7 billion shillings. It was started by women, now they have opened up. Their asset base, the entire Sacco has I think less than 6,000 members, around there. But the asset base, yes, their asset base now is more than 7 billion. They are almost our size. Sisi tuko 25,000 members. Sawa, tuko na 8 billion. Them they are around 6,000 members, they are at 7 billion. But they have close to 2,000 members in the diaspora. Because they have targeted them. Wameongelesha huyo mmoja akaleta wawili, wakakuwa watatu, wakakuwa wanne, wakakuwa 10. Sawa sawa. So we cannot ignore this group. And I'm sure among our former employees, kuna wale walifanikiwa kwenda majuu. Si ndio? Na tusiangalia tu walienda kazi gani, it does not matter. Money is money. Tuko pamoja. Sisi what we are interested in is the money. Tax changes. The Sacco movement has not been overtaxed. There have been no major tax changes that have directly impacted on the Sacco movement. However, we have had policy changes that have impacted on our members. Especially under the current regime, people on pay slip wanasikia wamefinyiriwa sana. Si ni kweli? Mukakatwa pesa ya SHA and SHIF. Si ndio? Si ni kweli? Yes, mukakatwa housing levy. Yep. Initially it had been decided as an investment, but mkateta mkasema mnataka ikatwa bila kurudi. Si ndio? Na serikali ikafanya hivyo. Sawa sawa? Tena mkakatwa pesa ya NSSF imeongezwa, si ndio? Isn't it? But it's a good thing. Hata kama muioni sahi. Si ndio? It is not a good thing. For your information, the NSSF Act that is being implemented, it has been implemented in 3 phases. 2023, 2024, and the final phase is 2020 what? 2025. That NSSF Act is known as the NSSF Act of which year? 2014. So that act was passed in 2014. But the government was not bold enough to face you people to implement it. One thing you may give to the current government, they have been bold to implement some very painful decisions. Previously, under NSSF, the old act, you are contributing 200 shillings per month, and the government would contribute, and the employer, not government, the employer would contribute how much? 200 shillings. So in a year, your retirement contribution was amounting to 400 times 12, which would come to 4,800 shillings a year. Are we together? Ukifanya kazi miaka 10 inakuwa ngapi? 48,000 miaka 10. Ukifanya miaka 20 96,000. Si ndio? Ukifanya miaka 30 144,000 una retire. Kwani you can work for more than 30 years. Yes, you retire, isn't it? Ukiwa save how much? 144,000. Tukikupea the returns average of 8% accumulated over 30 years, pesa yako inakuwa imegrow from 144,000 to around 800,000. At 60 years unapewa 800,000 ukule mpaka ukufe. So what happens? Unaikula na mwaka moja. Wengine walikuwa wanapata hiyo 800,000, anasema hiyo mafundi wanamwambia hii unaweza jenga. Hii uko na nyumba. Sawa. So 800,000 unaweza enda kujenga nayo. Si hiyo unaikula na mwaka moja unasonga. Ikiisha na wewe unaisha hivyo. So there was need. And the beauty about and you may not see it now, but under the current act, up to a cap of 72,000, you are contributing shillings. The balance you can take to those private entities. Kina CIC, Sanlam, sawa sawa. Ndio msiseme ati ni serikali inataka kukula pesa yenu. Do you see that in itself is a good thing? But at the end of the day now, on the side of the Saccos, kwetu is not a good thing. Because inakula payslip yenu na hapa ndio tunangoja pesa. Tuko pamoja. Naturally for you as an employee is a good thing, but for us as a Sacco, we must then find ways that members will make more money. Because our payslip imefanya nini? Imefinyirika. Shifting consumer preference and ethical investing. Currently the Gen Zs and the members we are bringing want people who are investing ethically. We must consider when we give you loans, where are you going to invest? Unaenda kuanzisha betting. Sawa sawa. Kuna watu wanakopa pesa, unaenda kuweka aviator. Si ndio? Kwa ndege. We cannot be lending you money for betting. Usiseme ati pesa ni yako ukikopa uruhusiwe ufanye chochote. We want ethical lending. Sawa sawa. We want you to borrow money for the rightful purposes. So I want us to look at strategic financial planning for Sacco sustainability. How now, because all these were just facts and information, but how do Saccos make money? Sawa sawa. And before we look at that, first we need to understand that Sacco is not a one-year event. Are we together? Sacco is not a one-year event. We can excite you. Tunaweza kuja tuambie saa hizi kila delegate tutampatia 20,000. Ama we are going to triple our sitting allowance itakuwa 100,000. Si mnaweza furahi sana. Kila mtu atoke na 1,100, lakini mkilipwa hiyo vile mtatoka hivyo ni kutoka bila kuwairudi kwa sababu hatuwezi lipa tena. Ni one off. Sawa sawa. Tukiwa tumeisha. Are we together? Or we can come to the table and say, what is realistic? What is realistic? And I was having a very painful discussion with your CEO. I was telling him in the face of recovery, there are strategies that Saccos use. And one of the painful strategies I was telling him is that we must be willing to have hold and release periods. What does that mean? Si kama sasa tumeona dividend yetu imetoka 5 interest, imetoka 5 saizi tuko 6. Si ndio? And I think it was maintained at 6%. If I'm wrong, you correct me. Is that the case? 6%. We would want for it to get to 12. The ultimate interest of a Sacco should be 12% and a dividend of 20%. Kuna mtu anaweza maidi ikifika huko? Kuna hata wengine wa kikampeni mnasemanga mimi mkiniweka pale nitaenda kusukuma. Si ndio? Wanatufinyiria. But I was telling the CEO, it may not be possible for us to increase, not just interest, even our routine expenses. If we are to recover, and recover quickly, we must allow ourselves to say like, tukilipa 6%, we will pay 6% for 3 years. Then after that we review. And we can only review upwards. Are we together? But tukisema tutatoa 6 tupeleke 7, then mwaka ingine tuende 8, tutafika mahali pengine tuone na hii imetufinyiria sana, wacha turudi 6. So tutakuwa tunapiga hatua 2 mbele, 3 nyuma. We'll be seesawing. Tuko pamoja? So what SACCOs do, especially in the face of recovery, tunakuja tunaangalia our expenditure book. Tunasema strategically, we want to one of the strategic pillars we shall have is to manage our costs. Because at the recovery stage, we just don't look at revenues alone. We must also look at the expense side. So tunasema, if our expenditure for this year was 400 million, next year, we are targeting, and maybe our revenue was 700 million. Next year, we are targeting to increase the revenue to 900 million. Tuko pamoja? Now the problem comes when we also target to increase the expense. So tunakuja tunasema, we will struggle to maintain our expense at the same rate. So kama interest tulilipa 6, tutalipa 6. Sawa sawa. Of course it will increase because deposits have increased. So where we cannot avoid. Kama ni mtu tulilipa consultant, tukamulipa a specific amount, si the consultant ndiye huyo, tutamwambia wewe tutakulipa hii tuongeze hii mwaka. Sawa sawa, mambo iko namna hiyo. Kama ni honoraria tulilipa, tutaiweka hivyo, so that we try to maintain for that next year, hakuna kitu tutapadisha. Now because of that, and our revenue will grow, the extra savings will go where? To boost our institutional capital, so that we become compliant faster. And the sooner we become compliant, the more now SASRA will allow us to be able to pay better what? Interest, so that we can compete with other SACCOs. Lakini tukikaa tunapandisha expenses, tunapandisha revenue, tunapandisha expenses, tunapandisha revenue, we will always be competing against ourselves. We will never get to that point. Sawa sawa. So we need to have a strategic focus of finance. And the only way we can get a strategic focus of finance ni kwa nyinyi wajumbe muelewe mambo ya pesa. You may not be a trained accountant, but you need to understand the Sacco model. And by the time we leave here today, I would want you to understand how SACCOs make money. Tuko pamoja? So that you will support us to make money. And by the time we leave tomorrow, I will want you to understand how you will make money yourself. Sawa sawa. So by the time we leave today, you should understand how SACCOs make money. By the time we leave tomorrow, you should understand how you yourself will make what? Will make money. Kamshahara ya 40,000, anatuletea 4,000 a month, tukimpea mkopo, biashara kanampea another 40,000, huyo member anaanza kuleta 8,000. We become bigger. Are we together? But as we are empowering the member, we must be aware of the existential threat. Ati huyu member, hatutaki afike mahali, in the event ashindwa kuleta pesa na sisi we collapse. Is there a situation where we can face a risk from our membership? Is it possible? We face a risk from our membership? Yes, it is very, very possible. And I'll give you good examples. In Nairobi, we have one Sacco where they had a membership of about, I think, 300 members, thereabout. And the main employer, hakakuja, akafuta, close to 250 of them. Membership ya Sacco, ikashuka from 300, wakabaki about 70 or thereabout. I know director is struggling to imagine which Sacco is this one. And it's in a space in Nairobi. Iko. Sawa sawa. Iko. The employer was dealing in the printing of money. And that business went away. Sawa sawa. So business changed. One of the greatest examples we have of resilience in the movement, a Sacco that has been able to rebound, is a Sacco that was for the Terra and Poster giant. They lost close to 18,000 members. Sawa sawa. They have come back, but it has been a journey of tears and pain. We should be prepared so that should we have such an encounter, we don't have to go through tears and pain. If you go to the sugar belt, huko Western, kuna Sacco mbili nimekuta huko. I was called to do a consultancy on that side. One of the Saccos, that was around 2023. Because the reason they were calling us, the president had passed through there, akasema wanaelekea kutenga Sawa sawa. Pesa ya kusort mashida ya kampuni za sukari. Now when I went there, in one of those circles, I found that for 60 months, hawakuwa wamelipwa mshahara. 60 months without getting a salary. No salary. The only thing they were getting is Christmas bonus na umepewa mahali pa kulima. Tuko pamoja. Ndio usikufe ulime huko kwa employer, at least upate chakula. Some of them would retire wakiwa hajalipwa mshahara, wewe unaenda unyumbani utakujianga mshahara. Now the president alikuwa amepita huko akasema watatenga pesa hawa watu walipwe. In the other one hapo karibu Awasi walikuwa wameenda for 52 months bila mshahara. Now when the president said anaenda kutenga, what happened? Members wakasema tumeumia sana. Hii pesa wakati italipwa, Sacco isijaribu kukata. Wacha tupewe yetu. Sawa. Tupewe yote at least tujirudishie. Sacco si ni yetu. Tutarudi kuendelea baadaye. Now the Sacco was trying to negotiate with them because pia Sacco was at its knees. And these were Saccos that have been there for more than 30 years. But they are being brought to their knees simply because the main employer ameshindwa kulipa. When I was there, wakati nilienda kwa town kako huko ndani, after Awasi na huko ndani nikapata hakuna mahali hata naweza lala, I came back to the main road at Awasi jioni so that we could engage the members the next day. Na nikiwa hapo Awasi, nikaona mpaka wasichana wa Mrima na wengine wa kutoka Uganda pia wao wamekuja. Sawa. Are waiting for the same money. Are waiting for the same money. Wanagoja wasafirishe hawa wazee wawapeleke Mombasa. Sawa. So you can imagine the big battle that was there. Eventually they were paid. There have been a lot of reforms, I hope, and I pray. There are some things, it's not even politically, it's out of the human touch. I pray that the sugar reforms work because it affects, ukienda huko Western, that is when you appreciate how political and economic decisions impact watu wa chini. I hope the sugar reforms work. Eventually the government tutako employer alipi, lakini Sacco inalipa. Employer alipi, lakini Sacco inalipa. Isn't it? The members would have been very happy. So we need other revenue in streams. We need to diversify our revenue streams. Currently, we have Saccos that are earning more than 1 billion shillings from government bonds. Hapa Nairobi. 1 billion in their revenues. Go and look at their financials. But we cannot make annually. Sawa, sio miaka mingi wa every year wanalipwa na serikali 1 billion. 1 point something billion, 200 million. But we cannot get to that point kama our liquidity is at a problem. So we must first fill the holes. Juu kama kwa una chakula unaweza beba chakula ukapikia kwa neighbor. So lazima mshipe kwa kwanza, si ndio? So as leaders we must have that conversation. How do we quickly fill the holes so that we can start now targeting other incomes outside? Hakuna vile tutaenda kukopesha serikali pesa wakati member wetu hatujawashibisha na loans, isn't it? Our first priority is to lend who? Our member. So we need to think and critically have a discussion of how do we improve our liquidity? How do we improve our contribution to this society? Sawa. How do we grow our share capital? How do we grow our deposits? Some of those decisions are very painful. Siku hizi people are very fond of saying how China rose. Sidio, vile China imegrow. When you go to China, every time you visit China, there is a new development. The first time I went to China, I think was around the year 20. The first time I attempted to go to China was in 2007. During the elections. Not after your election, nilikuwa na visa nimeshikilia hivi. Sawa. Post-election violence ndio hiyo. Sikuenda. And life is very painful. The next time I got an opportunity to go to China was in 2011. My port of entry to China was Baiyun. Baiyun is the airport towards in Guangzhou. Sawa. So from Bayun to the place where we were staying then, I was very new, I didn't even know ni wapi. Unajua kuwa mgeni nchi mpya. Was I think Dongfang. We used a taxi. Billing. Kanaenda kaki. Tick, 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 tick. The next time I went to China, which was about 2 years later, they had already built an underground railway line from Bayun all the way to Guangzhou town, Dongfang. The next, a year, about 2 years later, nikaenda China tena, the same line, they had built one line, below it they had done another 5 lines. Yani chini ya ground, kuna line 1, chini yake line 2, chini yake line 3, chini yake line 4, line 5, zikipita huko chini. So when you go to China, and you go to a street like Tomboya, you get to an underground shop, in one street, unaenda all the way to Moi Avenue, Haile Selassie, unachomokea, ukiwa underground. It is very mesmerizing to imagine that process. But go and read the history of how China recovered to get to that point. Kuna wazee who are very pained. They had to be displaced. Chairman Mao had to take them through a very painful process. Their properties were taken by the government so they could improve. I'm not saying mali yetu ichukuliwe, sawa sawa. Are we together? Be very clear on that. Sisemi mali yetu ichukuliwe kwa nguvu, lakini nasema lazima tukue willing kujitolea mali yetu. Sawa sawa. Na tunapojitolea hiyo mali yetu, tukae tumeiangalia. Because when you are at a growth position, and we talk about this in terms of risk management, when you are recovering, ni kama tunawasha moto. Wakati unawasha moto, unaleta kamakaa, si ndio? Hiyo kamakaa tunaipepeta inawaka. Tuko pamoja? Tunaendelea kuweka kuni. Tuko pamoja? Tukiona mtu anapita na ndoo ya maji hapo karibu, tutamwachilia apita tu na kelele hivyo. Tunamwambia wewe pitia pande ile. Juu ile ndoo ikianguka kidogo inaweza zima ile moto yote. Sawa sawa. So hata wewe ukiwa mjumbe, ukiwa delegate, tukiona ile design unakuja nayo ni kama uko karibu kuzima moto yetu, tunafaa tufukuzane na wewe. Sawa sawa. So tunafaa tuangalie even the delegates, the how you interact with the society, munafaa nyinyi wenyewe you be your watch keepers. Unaona huyu mtu is just bringing negative politics. Munamuonya yeye mwenyewe, hiyo kelele unaletanga si ya kutupeleka mbele. Sawa sawa. Pesa ipigui kelele hiyo design. Wewe unataka kuzima makaa yetu. Lakini wakati moto imeshika, kuna wakati maji uzime moto. Sawa sawa. Member-centric product designs, zile product tunatengeneza, lazima tufikiria our members. Sawa sawa. So we must come up with products that will support our members. Na tujiulize member wetu anataka nini. But besides that, we must also empower our members through education. Tunawaelimisha nyinyi, muweze kuelimisha members. And we need to think through our education platforms and programs. Siku hizi nimeona kuna Sacco, especially za Western region. There are some Saccos in Western and mostly the teacher-based Saccos that have taken member education very, very serious. The Cooperatives Bill 2024 is, in the previous act, there was no express discussion about member education. But the bill is talking about expressly member education, because an empowered member will take our Sacco ahead. Na usitaki ati kuongoza watu ambao hawana information, ati ndio ukifeel threatened. I'm sure when you are told that the top savers are being brought together, some of you may have even felt threatened. Sidio? Hii na mimi sikuji, hawa wakikuja wanaweza chukua uongozi. It is true they may, and you should feel threatened. But si watu wote wanataka uongozi. Are we together? Si watu wote wanataka uongozi. But it is better to kuongoza mtu ambaye ako na information than mtu ambaye hana information. You will do better. So for now, it is your duty to educate these members, and we shall talk more about this, so that when a member is asking for a product, they are coming from a point of knowledge. Kuna Sacco, ukienda saa hizi zimetengeneza a lot of short-term loans. Kuna loan ya Friday loan, wanachukua loan Friday, wanalipa Monday. Sawa sawa. wako na shiba loan, ukisikia njaa unachukua. Sawa. Nyolewa loan, ukisikia kunyolewa unachukua loan. But do you think that Sacco is helping the members? Hao member watanyolewa ndio, lakini watatoka na kinyozi pekee. So as we are looking to assist these members with the right products, we must also be willing to talk to them, to educate them, to empower the member, Capital planning and institutional strength, this is the last point as we now break for tea. Our capitalization, especially what we call institutional capital. I know many of you as delegates, wakati mulisikia Cusco imeyumba, na Cusco ni mtoto wetu. Hata kama ameyumba, we as a movement must find a way of making it work. And there will always be loopholes. You know the problem with risk, you will never realize where the risk is coming from until it hits you. Wakati imefanyika ndio unaionanga. Wakati buti imepasuka ikaangukia nyumba ndio unaonaga na hii buti ningeikata kitambo. Sawa. So at times we don't see, and even when we see, we don't think it is going to materialize. I'll give you a good example. Currently, the next exposure for the movement, especially for Saccos, will be in two specific areas. I don't know, and I've even spoken with the CEO of SASRA. We had a candid discussion about the various issues affecting Saccos with him, and I was mentioning to him the risky areas I see that may face Saccos. One of them, currently, many of the Saccos that are experiencing excess liquidity are parking their monies in the money market. Na returns za money market zimeshuka sana. Now the fund managers who are offering these money markets have other products, zingine zinaitwa special funds. Examples in the market will include things like Almasi, Bayavocap. We have Mansa X, I think is the most marketed in the billboards. You must have seen it, by Standard Investment Bank, and so on and so forth. Many of them. But these items, despite the fact that the fund is regulated, these items are promising very high returns, and we don't know where they are investing. Tuko pamoja. So many of the Saccos, that will be the next frontier of exposure. Na hatutajua mpaka ile siku tutagongwa. Another frontier of exposure I have seen is with the DT Saccos. There are some DT Saccos, especially in the villages, that have become very experienced at opening branches. Unasikia DT Sacco imejenga branch mpya at 30, 40 million, 50 million. Na sio nyumba yao, wameenda wakalis, lakini wakaspend 40 million to open a new branch. 40 billion unaweza jenga kanyumba. It's the next frontier of risk. But you will never see risk until it materializes. So the only thing you can do is to keep on checking your controls, because you have put in measures, checking your capital strength. Are you capitalized enough to withstand any problem? And are you looking at the measures that you have put in place, whether they work? Because risk, aka report to the board that aliguzwa by a senior male staff. Tuko pamoja. Immediately as a board tukagawanyika. Ladies on one side, men on. Ladies wanasema this is a police case. It should not be investigated locally. Hivyo ndivyo mambo ufichwa. Hii ni criminal. Ipelekwa kwa DCI. They have the requisite technical know-how of how to investigate. Na sisi wanaume tunasema, wacha tusikize, labda mtu wekelewa. Sawa. Uwezi jua. Anaweza kuwa anawekelewa. Ama alimukataa. You don't know. You cannot know the full story until you know. So our chairperson, who was a lady then, very wise lady, akatugawanyisha into 3 committees. Moja waenda wasikiza the man, made primarily of men. Another one made primarily of ladies, waenda wasikiza the lady wasikia a side of the story. And another one where I was in, tuende tuangalia the exposure of the organization in terms of policies, in terms of the measures we had put in place to cover this. So for us, our committee, the work was very easy because tulikuwa na cameras. Sasa ni kuweka video, tujione the guzwa and the guzi. Sawa sawa. It's very easy. It's very, very straightforward. Ni kuona tu. So wakati sisi tulienda tukaenda tukaweka sasa ile nini database tuweke ile hard disk iwekwe sasa tuone. That is when we realize our internal controls were not working. Unaona kivuli imepita, there is nothing. Kumbe kitu haijakuwa ikirecord. So what I'm saying, we need not only to strengthen our checks, but we also need to check whether the checks are working. Are we together? So we not only need to strengthen our capital, but we also need to keep on checking whether it is adequate. Whether it is adequate. And if it is not adequate, we need to be brave enough to ask ourselves, what will we do? Are we together? That was a lesson. Some people are waiting for the story. Kuna badala ushike lesson. Tuko pamoja. Kuna watu wengine mpaka wameinuka kwa kiti kukaendelea aje. That was a lesson. Sawa. That was a main lesson. Lakini kuna wengine wanauliza kukaenda aje kakashikwa. Wacha niwamalizie story tu juu ni story mnataka. Sawa. So as we progressed with our investigation, the lady and the gentleman wakakuja wakasema wataki hiyo story iendelee. Lakini sisi tukasema we cannot drop the story just like that. Probably the lady has been coerced, isn't it? Yeah, so tukasema we have to continue, come up with a report and even take measures. Some of them, mtu wa kamera arudi, aweke arudie, na kuwe na checks. These cameras be checked on a certain frequency. Then policy of the time when people are in the office past hours. These fellas were in the office at 9:40 p.m. at night. Sawa. So what are the procedures of people who are working late and the measures that would be taken? So we had to come up with to reorganize everything to make sure that our checks are working. So even for us, we need to keep on checking is our capital. Tusikange tu tukisema bona tunasumbuka hivi na tunakuanga na nyumba. Si ndio? Kuna Sacco zina nyumba and they are making more money. Sawa. Bona tunasumbuka hivi and we are an 8 billion Sacco. We need to check what is not working or what is already working that we can hasten to iharakishe ifanye kazi better. So we stop at that point for the tea break. We will be advised. Back to you. Was yes.
Asante. Tumpigie CPA Njiru makofi. I think kuanzia hapo kwa CCTV camera, si ndio? Tukirudi after tea break anzia hapo kwa CCTV, si ndio? Thank you so much CPA Njiru on that insight from strategic financial management. Tumejifunza kitu. Asante sana. We want to break for tea for the next 30 minutes. So tukutane hapa saa 5:30, si ndio? Niko na announcement ya kumeke. Naambia there's a Kalen, si tuombe kwa chai jameni. Alafu tu anajua kuomba. Yaani mbona mnacheka kule? Kule anajua kuomba. Tuombe chai alafu to break for tea.
Asante for this opportunity. Let's believe and pray. Mighty Father, I come before you this morning. Thank you for the session that has just ended. As we break for tea, we pray that you bless it in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. I pray. Amen.
Asante sana. We can save on time. By 11:30 tukutane hapa tuendelee.
In the main current, then we will be worried, is it? What is happening? So we need to go to our stations and convince our members to patronize our FOSA so that we can also be able to deduct our monthly contributions. So, because we need to collect a minimum of 3,000 shillings on the minimum per member. 22,000 of us, 66 million. 792 or thereabout million shillings a year. In addition to the loan repayments and other liquidity inflows, we will be doing very well. So the only way to boost our liquidity is through our contributions. In an ideal situation, we should grow that minimum from 3,000 to something higher. But life is never ideal. Sawa. If we can just meet hiyo yenye tumekubali, hiyo 3,000. Na wewe ukiwa delegate, usichezee hapo kwa 3,000 because you want to be a high saver, si ndio? Si tuliona mambo ya high savers. Na wakiendelea kukuja bila viongozi.
Walikuwa wanaomba wachaguliwe delegates. Wakuwe na delegate wao. Wameanza kukuja namna hiyo. So ni nyinyi mjipange. And the only way kujipanga sio kupiga
wakati mnaambiwa tunataka delegate aiseva, mnawaambia si hata sisi ni aiseva, mnataka wengine wakani. Sawa sawa, because you are already there. Because you are already there. And it is true. Kuna saying inasemekana ya Kifaransa ati kwa mkutano ya wakulima wa ng'ombe, mwenye hana ng'ombe anaweza tokelezea. So why are you showing up without cows to come and represent cow farmers? Sawa sawa. Yes, we need to have the cows. So let us think, how do we improve our liquidity? And the only way to improve our liquidity is to meet our obligations to the society. Our largest cash outflow as a society is the payment of dividends, CDO, and interest, totaling to how much, CEO, roughly? 362 million in a single transaction. Tuko pamoja. And in that single transaction, and niliwaambia last time, as a Sacco, we must also think of ways to hold on to something small for the Sacco. But hii ni pesa yako. I know it's not a very popular decision. Tukipitisha hapa, nyinyi ndio mnarudi kwenda kwa members kuambia wametumaliza. Sawa sawa, wametumaliza. If we are 25,000 of us, tukisema kwa hiyo pesa tushikilie 1,000 tu is 25 million. 1,000 inaweza fanya wewe ukose kulala. Inaweza fanya ukose usigizi. Juu 1,000 ilidaktiwa kwako. But kwa Sacco, hiyo 1,000 is 20 what? 25 million. Iko na impact, haina impact? It has an impact. So we must look for those avenues, and the Sacco must be progressive. The board, they must be progressive to give us the opportunity. Saa ingine kuna wengine wanasema hawakutuambia, si ndio? Wangetuambia tungesema iwekwe. Si ndio? Board mbona mkuambia? Mtawaambia. Sawa sawa. Kuna wale wanasema hata mungesema hata tungeweka hata 2, hiyo ni milioni 50. We have a bank loan, isn't it? Tuko na bank loan. Our balance in the bank loan is how much? Roughly? Yes? 6? Let's assume we have a loan of 150 million. If this year we decide we are going to improve our capital by everybody retaining 2,000 shillings, na hiyo 2,000 na sisi tukipokea tuseme tutaenda knock off loan, hiyo pesa si imepunguza loan yetu by 50 million. The interest on the 50 million, now look at the other side. The interest on the 50 million at 20% bank rate is 10 million. So Sacco has saved itself how much? 10 million. Hasn't it? The Sacco has saved itself 10 million. So we must be willing to liquidify our Sacco to boost liquidity. I take note that your loan has significantly reduced. The last time I was with you, it was in huge amounts. Sawa sawa. So heko kwa board at least wamejaribu kupunguza hiyo. Risk-based financial decision making, strategic planning will help Saccos identify, quantify, and mitigate financial risk. We are able to foresee problems that may come through financial risk, which will be credit risk, watu kukataa kulipa loan zao, operational risk ambazo tunapata out of our operations. Budgeting and performance monitoring, planning guides the budgeting process. Wakati tunatengeneza our budget, we must factor in our strategic roadmap. We have a strategic plan to 2028. So wakati tunapanga budget yetu, we will ask ourselves, what are the pillars of our strategic plan? What ultimately do we want to achieve by 2028 in all angles? So we should be able to look at all the areas of the key areas, the critical areas of our society, in terms of the customers, in terms of the employees, all angles. In terms of revenue, what do we want to achieve? Then we ask ourselves, is our budget likely to lead us to that point? So like, if we are planning to grow our membership, we need to think about, can our system handle the increased members? Sawa sawa. If we are planning to increase non-member income, then we should see in our budget, we have non-member investments, isn't it? Because your income itatoka wapi if we are not investing.
So our strategic plan should be supported through the budget. So wakati tunaangalia budget yetu, we should be seeing not the routine things only. We should also be seeing budgeting for strategic purposes. Investment planning for long-term growth, and we shall talk more about this. Saccos, we need to invest. We need to have investments that are generating money for us. First, we invest in to even double our effort in the repayments. So strategic investment planning will consider factors like risk tolerance, liquidity needs, and regulatory constraints. And I will give you a good example in the movement. Last year, there was a very big hit in about 2 years ago actually, in the movement with the issue of Cusco. Tuko pamoja. Some of your delegates, or probably some of you, may probably have even been perusing the newspapers to see whether wataona jina ya Magereza hapo kwa Cusco, mkuje munyoe board member bila maji. Sawa sawa. Muone kama walikuwa wameweka pesa huko, muwaonyeshe kifupi. By God's grace, wakati Sacco zilikuwa zinaweka pesa huko, your liquidity position was not very high. Simuko na loan. So there is no way you could have borrowed to go and lend. Sawa. So it's just by God's chance. If you had excess liquidity, and of course, let us not just say it's God, because it's also wisdom from your board, because if I look at your books, I have seen some movements in the money market, especially when they are building money for payment of dividends, and your board was wise enough not to pack that money with Cusco. Otherwise, ile kelele ingekuwa hapa saa hizi. Sawa. Ni ingine kali, si ndio? So I think we should even clap for them. Give them a clap, just one clap. Because there are many Saccos that had invested in Cusco. Si ndio? One of my primary Sacco, we lost I think about 450 million shillings in Cusco. But I don't want to look at the losing side. I want to show you the reaction of how Saccos treated those losses so that you can be able to see the decisions that Saccos make. When Saccos were told to write off the losses they made in Cusco, different Saccos, based on their strengths, had different write-offs. So the ministry advised they can write off these losses over 10 years. Tuko pamoja. In my Sacco, where I'm a member, we lost about 450 million. In our books, we could only be able to write off, I think, around 34 million. Tukasema tuta write off pole pole for the next 12 years. Because if we attempt to write off more than that, to provide, we are not writing off, to provide more than that, our ratios will not add up. We will not even be able to pay dividends. There is one Sacco in those sides of Western Kenya that had also invested in Cusco. They lost 800 million shillings. They wrote it off in a single transaction last year without affecting their dividends, without affecting their interest. Sawa. 800 million wakasema hii ni hasara kidogo. We are making about 2 billion in profits. Hii ni kuondoa tunasa. Na hiyo biashara tunasema we did wrong. Tusonge mbele, tuache kuangalia nyuma. My Sacco, tungejaribu hata kurate off 50 million, hatungelipa dividend. Mukakuja muambua mlipu hata shilingi kulikuwa na Cusco, what would happen? Members would start leaving, is it? It would be pandemonium. But because this other Sacco has invested over time, and we will look at those figures later on, they are able to write off 800 million without breaking a sweat. Sawa. Because they have deep pockets. That is what I'm saying. So we need to take our Sacco to that level of deep pockets. I'm not saying we go losing money, but we need to be in such a position that we have enough money to cover our dividends, to cover our interest times over. Sawa. And we need to grow. I know many of us, we promise members out there, ati mimi nikiingia, hii interest tunalipwa 6 ni kidogo, kwingine wanalipangwa 10, si ndio? Kwingine wanalipwa 11, tunaweza fika hapo. It is possible, but it takes a lot of hard work. I don't know. Sijui kama wale delegates muko hapo, you are ready for that hard work. Are you ready for that hard work? Are you ready to walk that journey? And it's a deliberate, it must be deliberate, led by the board. Very deliberate journey. We shall look at this as we move along. So we need strategic investments. We need to invest strategically. Ukiangalia wale wazee walijenga ile nyumba iko Moi Avenue. Weren't they strategic? Sidio? It's a serious investment. Siku hizi vile muko mnaweza jenga nyumba ingine. Tuacha tuambiane ukweli. Mnaweza nunua plot hapo Moi Avenue mjenge saa hizi. As a Sacco, collectively 25,000 of you. Are you able to build? Saa hizi mwende pesa itolewe kwa Sacco. That building is worth how much now? Maybe 600, speculatively, maybe 600 million. Tunaweza toa milioni 600 tukajenga saa hizi. Yes? Tumesikia dividend mulilipa was 362. So it would mean you forfeit your dividends for 3 years. Kununua plot na kujenga. Can it happen? It would be very chaotic, isn't it? Who would be willing to wait? Sawa, it would not be a peaceful decision. But there are people who are members of this Sacco, sawa, who are seated in the boardroom, who are supported by the members then, who thought the wise investment to do was to do a building, and they executed and the building was done. Backbone to effective financial planning. Good governance means, na ile nirudie tena mambo tuliongea mambo ya kala moto. Tuko na good governance means, na ile nirudie tena mambo tuliongea mambo ya kala moto. Tuko na kamoto tunajaribu kuwasha. Are we together? Wakati ya kamoto ni kidogo, we can't risk bad governance. Because bad governance will mean that hii board wakiwa wamekaa hapa wataulizana, mbona siku moja tusifanyie mkutano Zanzibar? Tuko pamoja. Hama hata sisi tunaweza shikana hivi tukaenda as a board tukafanyia mkutano Singapore. Sidio? Si wanaweza enda? There are boards that can afford. There are boards that go there, isn't it? The last meeting we were here, not here when we met the delegates, was in Mombasa. You saw the chairman of police, Mategwa. He gave us a very nice speech, Sidio. And after that meeting, we were discussing with him. I don't know whether he mentioned it on the floor. If he mentioned it, I might have stepped outside. But he was telling me that we were with him in 2024, Sidio. 2023, they had taken their high savers to Bangkok, Thailand. Did he mention that? And in 2024, they were planning to take them to Colombia and I think Brazil. Sawa. Now, our board, wanaweza kuja waseme tutapeleka our high savers to South Africa. Waseme high savers tutawapeleka South Africa. Sawa. Ama hata wasiende mbali sana, waende tu hapa Tanzania. Si Sacco inaisha. So that is what we are saying. Governance is saying we know we need to bring these top savers together. Sawa. And we need to tell them the threshold is a moving target. Usiseme hii mwaka ni 1 million. Si tumeweka 1 million. I'm sure when you met them, you told them next year the threshold, the number should be constant. Sawa. So kuna watu wataenda wakiachwa nyuma, wale hawaongezeki. Mlita wangapi walikuwa wangapi jana? 235. That number should be underlined in red. Hawafai kwenda 236. Sawa. So mtakuwa mnachukua the top 235. Ni wewe ungangane kukaa hapo. Sawa. Wewe ungangane kukaa huko juu. Because it's a governance decision of what will we do. I don't know whether Matego told you again, because he mentioned to me that when they started the program, their top saver had 18 million shillings. Currently, their top saver has more than 100 million shillings. Kuna wengine watasema, unajua upande huyo wa hiyo biashara huko, pesa ya marupurupu iko, sidio, upande tuko mfuko hakuna kitu anakuaga nayo, sawa, na mambo mingi kama hiyo. Ni kweli, sidio? Let me give you a different example. I was interacting with a CEO of an agriculture-based Sacco. Na akaniambia their top saver, they are also using a similar program. Their top saver kwa deposits ako na more than 80 million shillings mkulima. Their top saver upande wa share capital ako na 20 million share capital. Sawa sawa. I interacted with another Sacco ya walimu. Their top saver, a former primary school teacher who has never been a principal, hajawahi kuwa headmaster, ako na over 105 million shillings. 105. Mwalimu, usiseme aliiba choka, ama alihongwa na wanafunzi. Ama mtasema alihongwa na wanafunzi. Anaweza kuwa alihongwa na wanafunzi. Yes? 105 million. Siku ingine juzi tukakuwa upande ya Busia huko. Kuna Sacco tulikuwa huko ya walimu. And when we were in the interaction, there came forth one of their members kueleza the other members the journey they have walked with the society. Na mimi ndio nilikuwa mwalimu wao. Akasema yeye saa hizi anang'ang'ana kubuild savings zake kwa Sacco through sugarcane. Amelisi mashamba za miwa. Na kila siku daily anaweka shilingi 10,000 kwa Sacco daily. Tuko pamoja from sugarcane amelisi. Na mimi ndio nilikuwa mwalimu nikawauliza ili kutoza an open membership. Wanamjua wakasema isikue ni mtu tumewaletea wa kutoka uzuguni asemage vile anaweka na aweki. Tukawauliza mnamjua huyu kweli? Wakasema wanamjua. Ni kweli yako na hizo miwa? Wakasema tunazijua. So it's about what are we doing, especially when you are a leader, because as a leader you have a higher calling, and a leader who is becoming poor anafaa ngolewe. Hallelujah. Unaweza shikisha Sacco umaskini. Sawa sawa. Wewe hatuwezi ruhusu anze kufirisikia hapa. So governance. So in addition to us bringing the money, we also want the right decisions to be made about the money. Especially wakati moto hujashika vizuri. Sawa sawa. Moto ukishika vizuri, we will be tutaweza kuafford kupeleka members Bangkok. Tuko pamoja. We will afford. I was looking at the books of so until moto wake. Sawa sawa. Even you as a delegate, I'm sure the amount you get in terms of allowance, hata saa ingine unasema ni sawa tu, tushukuru Mungu. Sawa sawa. But you could do better. Sidio? You could get better. But for us to get the better, we must sacrifice the today. For us to get that better. And we must make sure we stick to governance. We must be willing to make sure that those who are in governance, those who are leading, are making sure that tukiwatuma kwa soko wakatununulia mbuzi, tuko pamoja. Ndio wanaweza hata nunua mbuzi mdogo kidogo, lakini hawezi tuletea paka. Wanaweza hata nunua mbuzi mdogo kidogo, lakini hawezi tuletea paka, watuambie ndio yule mbuzi. Sawa sawa. We will question them. Watuwekeka paka pale, watuambie ndio huyo mbuzi. We will question what has happened. Why the waste? In other words, there should be no wastefulness, especially at this point. Now, prudential ratios is part of our financial management. Kuna ratios ambazo bado hatujamit. Sidio? There are some ratios that we have not yet met. And the board should have a discussion at the board level. What do we need to do to meet those ratios? Deliberate steps. And as delegates, we should also be asking ourselves at the back of our mind, what do we need to do to quickly meet those ratios? Prudential ratios are benchmarks. As we said, SASRA cannot come and sit in our boardroom all through. So wanatupea targets. Sawa sawa. Wanatupea targets. Wanawambia mkifanya hivi. Na vile tulisema kama unataka kuongeza kilo, daktari akwambia you need to be eating 4 times a day. You don't need to sit with the doctor there. Sidio? Wewe unajua nikikula hivyo mara 4 nitaongeza. So the same with SASRA. Wamekupea benchmarks. Ati wewe ukimit hizo benchmarks as a Sacco you will do well. And now because you have not met those benchmarks, then we need to ask ourselves, what will we do to meet those benchmarks? And I'm sure the ones that may be troubling us very much is mambo ya institutional capital, sidio, na mambo ya liquidity.
Na liquidity ni mambo ya deposits. Our monthly contributions. Sawa sawa. Ni mambo ya the type of loans that you are demanding. Ni mambo ya FOSA. By the way, if we all onboarded FOSA, it would nearly solve our liquidity issues. Ndi kweli. If we agree, mshahara atuguzi ipitie tu, iwekwe tu hapo. Lakini hamtaki. Why do you not want? Kwa sababu unataka ukope huku na ukope kule ambako sio kwenu. Uende ukakule, unakula kwenu na unaenda kukula kwa neighbor. Or why are you not bringing your salaries to FOSA? As delegates, I'm sure mishahara yenu yote iko kwa FOSA, sindio? Why are the other members not willing to bring their salaries to FOSA? Poor service. Service yake ni poor. Yes? There's no problem. Let us be candid. Inaweza kuwa iko na shida compared to the bank. Isn't it? It's lack of education. The services are okay. No, kuna mahali nasikia kaapana mahali. Kuna mtu ashaisobuka. Yes? Siku hizi ziko poa. So huyo ni mtu alijaribu kitambo. Let me even if they were not okay, it's good that I'm hearing positive remarks. They are now okay. Even if they were not okay, tuko pamoja. Tunafaa tutete bado tukipatronize. Because remember, hapa ni kwenu. Uwezi endaka kukula kwa neighbor ati juu sufuria za kwenu hazikuangi zimeng'ara. Sawa sawa. Hata zikae aje, uwezi kuwa ati wewe unaendaka kupikia kwa neighbor. Would you be okay if your dad mnamsikia kwa neighbor akiwa huko anapikiwa huko ati juu kwenu ampiki chakula mzuri? It's the same concept. Hii yetu inaweza kuwa iko na mashida lakini ni yetu. Ile tunaenda huko kwa bank. For your information, the top 3 earners in the country in terms of bank dividends: Uhuru Kenyatta, Degwa, number 3, James Mwangi. Each of them received more than 1 billion shillings in dividends last year. Nyinyi kuna kitu mliitiwa huko kwa hizo bank? Juu mshahara yako inapitanga huko, kuna kitu uliitiwa huko. So we need that for some money to come here. And we need to educate our members that is a necessity. Sawa sawa. Yes, we need to talk to our members that is a necessity. That is a necessity. We need to educate our members on financial wellness. We need to educate them on the need to patronize the Sacco. And we need to create those platforms. Siku hizi masomo imekuwa rahisi. We can even do a webinar, isn't it? And they log in wherever they are. Na pia nyinyi muwaeleze. And you should also support the Sacco to come up with punitive measures in our Sacco, because majority of our members are on check-off, is it? Sidio? Governance, the type of leaders we have, and evaluation of governance. How do you tell that you are having poor governance or good governance? By looking at the services that you receive. They can tell you. Sawa sawa. In 2 ways. If you get extremely expensive services, unajua kama sasa ukapata mama yenu siku moja amekuja na necklace ya dhahabu, akawaletea akakwambia uvaange hii. So you start questioning her financial priorities. Sidio? Ama siku moja upate your dad amesema amechukua loan na amenunua Lamborghini. You will question his priorities, isn't it? So kuna vitu body inaweza fanya hata kama ni kuwafurahisha, hata nyinyi muone kweli hawa hawana kichwa mzuri. Sawa sawa. Yes. So if you see opulence, extravagance. The other way you may know you are suffering bad governance is where you get extremely mediocre or poor quality services. Like, wakati mnafanya mkutano ya delegates, mnapelekwa kwa primary school kwa class. Si mnaweza kutana. Si ndio, is possible, isn't it? Wanaweza amua Wawaambia we want to save everything. So we have hired a classroom. Sawa. Ama kama ni consultant, tunatafuta mwalimu wa high school. Si hata yeye anaweza fundisha. Isn't it? Ama tunachukua mwalimu wa university, anakuja vile anafundishaga watoto, anakuja anasoma slides. Na nyinyi mnasikia mmefundishwa. Isn't it? Hata tunaweza mpea kiti, aketi awafundishe akiwa ameketi. Sawa sawa. So you can be able to tell good governance in those two realms. Wastage or too poor. Poor quality, unaona hapa ni kama you are being shortchanged. Governance will occur when we are candid enough to do the tough, make the tough decisions at the right price. At the right price. So in terms of arranging Sacco finance, we now want to make you accountants. Tuko pamoja. Na kesho tutafanya mtihani. Kwa hivyo usome vizuri sana, wale wataanguka, hakuna allowance. So there are 3 key financial statements. Nataka mkuu accountant sasa. There are 3 key financial statements. One of them is known as a statement of cash flows. The other one is known as the income statement, and the other one is a statement of financial position. Usingangane sana kukope juu umesikia kuna mtihani. Sawa sawa. The reason why we have given you a notebook ni kunote kitu ambayo inakaa critical na unataka kukumbuka. Tuko pamoja. The second reason we have given you a notebook ni ndio ukae serious. Sawa sawa. So usingangane sana kuandika kwa sababu hata ile uliandika last time haujawahi soma. Wengine hata mliacha huko Mombasa. Sawa sawa. Notebook mliacha huko. So I want us to discuss these statements. Cash flow, income statement, and the statement of financial position. We will dwell more on this one. So the statement of cash flow basically balances money, liquidity. Now, when you look at CPAs, accountants, most accountants focus on profitability, income statement. Are we together? And their businesses struggle because of not focusing on liquidity. Because biashara kama iko profitable, but you don't manage liquidity, it will suffer problems. Let me give you a good example. Mumeona kampuni ambazo zinauza plots, oil. Mumeona wasikia? Plots, oil. Wanauza mashamba kule Kilifi. Ukienda huko Kilifi, their roads are a bit better. So wanaingia huko ndani, kuna mahali kunaitwa Baolala. You know Baolala? Watu wapande hiyo mnajua Baolala, si ndio? Si kuna plots zinauzwa huko Baolala, ukielekea kule inaitwa nini? Gulalu. Si ndio? Garana Gulalu huko. Ukienda Baolala, 1 acre now I think is retailing for about 100,000, 150,000 depending na mwenye amekupeleka. So hawa watu wanaenda huko wananunua eka moja 150,000 from Malindi town. Tamaked. Si ni kweli? Fully tamaked. Lakini wakikuja huku kwa mlima wanasema tuko na plot 15 minutes away from Malindi. Kopia kilometers 15 minutes away from Malindi for only 150,000 on your share at the cost. Wewe utaki kuenda unaona plot ya 150,000, sio ni if a fair deal. Hata ikuwe aje siku moja itapanda. Na they are good plots. Sisemi usiende kununua, unawekelea. Those people, the 7 plots times 150, they are supposed to make 1,050,000. Sidio? Wakitoa 150 yao, profit ni pesa ngapi? 900,000. That business should be seriously good, is it? Hao sio watu wanafaa wafilisike. But ukienda huko, hiyo Baolala, utaenda unaambiwa hizi zilikuwa za kampuni fulani, imeachia kampuni fulani. Why? Because they looked at the profitability, they didn't look at the cash flows. So what do? Wanakuja wanawaambia tuko na plot, ukiweka deposit. Kwa hiyo plot ya 150 ukiweka deposit ya 100 ama ya 50,000 tutakupeleka ukazione free of charge. Tutakulipia mpaka ndege kwenda Malindi. Sawa sawa. So they are now starting to leak money. Then ukishaweka hiyo deposit, baadaye waende wakamalize ile pesa ilikuwa ya kulipa hiyo shamba, wanaogopa ukienda pale utaenda ununue zingine, uulizie kwa locals ununue. So what they do when they receive the money, wanaenda wanabook shamba zingine, wanawekelea deposit. Baadaye wamalize project 1, wana book project 2, project 3, project 4. By the time they are doing project 5, hawana pesa mpaka wanakopa. I have seen one of those land selling companies. Ilikuwa na mashamba huko Malindi, wameachia another company. I think wameachia AMG huko. Na hiyo kampuni nilikuwa nimeona wakiwa wana-advertisiwa by one of the banks, wamekopeshwa 4 billion shillings. How do you repay a loan of 4 billion? Even at a rate of 10% is more than $1 million shillings a day interest. And how did they get to that point? Tamaa. So in a business, tusiangalie profitability pekee, tuangalie pia nini? Liquidity. Ile pesa inakuja. The other problem now comes with businessmen. Accountants wanaangalia profitability sana na ndio maana wanalemewa na biashara. Businessmen nao wanaangalia liquidity. Wewe ukiwa umebebwa na matatu, ile ilikutoa Thika ikakuleta hapa, ukalipa 150 shillings. Ukiwa umeketi huko ulikuwa unahesabu watu, hii matatu kama imebeba watu 20 na 150. Hiyo ni shilingi 1000 ngapi? 3. Na hiyo ni kuenda tu. Na ikirudi, alafu irudi tena, alafu irudi tena na irudi ya mwisho. Sawa sawa. Wewe hata uhesabu hii matatu inatumiaga mafuta, au uhesabu hii matatu inakutaraga na nani? So unaangalia liquidity tu. So kwa akili yako unafikiria na nikakopa, ninunue matatu na niweke hii route ipitiange hapa mbele ya prison, ndio ikipita na andika imepita. Sawa sawa. Ikipita tena sinaiona na andika imepita. Hizo ni pesa zinajihesabu. So many of us, whenever we get this money, we rush to transport business because you can high what? Liquidity. Lakini we forget liquidity is not profitability. So we need to balance the two. We need to balance the two. Sawa sawa. We need to make sure there is constant cash flow coming in, and we also need to make sure our money is making money. Our money is making money. So I want us to discuss the balance sheet. The balance sheet is what shows now what we own and what we owe. Balance sheet is a statement. This is a statement, so we want to see how do we implement strategic balance sheet to enable us to optimize our financial resources. Why are some Saccos able to pay higher dividends than others? There are some Saccos that are paying interest as high as 12%, dividends as high as 20%. Do you think it is sustainable? Is it sustainable? Sacco loans, wakati mnakopa kwa Sacco loans, the interest rates, the effective, I know you see the nominal, sidio? The effective interest rate ile sisi tunawacharge kwa loans is between 6.6% and 10.3%. So how are some Saccos able to pay dividend of 12% interest and 20% dividend? Is it possible? Is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? So we want to answer that question. Sawa sawa. We want to answer that question. Because hata sisi siku moja tuko na matumaini ati tutafika hiyo double digit. And when we get there, because I want to walk this journey with you, I hope mutanikumbuka tukuje to celebrate pamoja. Sawa sawa. And I know it is doable. In the very near future. Tusiseme itafanyika tukiwa wazee. Sawa sawa. In the very near future it is a doable thing. So I want us to understand the balance sheet. And the balance sheet is a simple statement. Hii ni statement ambayo inaonyesha assets. Assets, mulisema kwa Kiswahili zinaitwa nini? Mali. Sidio? Hii si ile tulisema mtaji. Tulisema ni mali. Na liabilities ni madeni, capital. The largest asset yetu ni gani? Yule ng'ombe wetu mkubwa sana tuko naye ni nani? Yes? Deposits. The largest asset we have is what? Loans to members. Zile loan tumekopesha member wetu, hiyo ni pesa yetu kama Sacco. Tuko pamoja? Now when we are investing, I want to liken it to a cattle farmer. Mkulima, mfugaji wa ng'ombe. Sawa sawa. Wakati unaenda kutafuta ng'ombe, unazingatia mambo mawili. Unazingatia mambo mangapi? Mambo mawili. Unaangalia yule ng'ombe ambaye anatoa maziwa mingi, si ni kweli? Na unaangalia yule ng'ombe ambaye ako resistant kwa magonjwa. Juu anaweza kuwa anatoa maziwa mingi, lakini anaweza ngojeka dakika moja akufe. Si ni kweli? Hutataka huyo. Unasema hata ili mwenye anatoa kidogo kidogo, lakini anaweza stahimili magonjwa, isn't it? So you want to balance. Pia huwezi taka mwenye anakamuliwa once per week. Si ndio? Huwezi taka ng'ombe mwenye ukienda kumkamua na kuambia kuja next week. Sawa? Sawa. Unataka ndio unamkamua maziwa reasonable enough, lakini pia huyo sio ng'ombe ambaye anagojeka haraka haraka. So when we look at our investment in loans to members, we ask ourselves, is this the most optimal asset? So I want us to discuss the assets first, then we come to this side. So when we look at assets, I've defined what an asset is. The largest Sacco asset is loans to members. Is it the best asset? Is it the best investment? In terms of returns, does it give us the highest returns? We can get better returns elsewhere, isn't it? We can get better returns than the 6.6% we are getting, and we are going to demonstrate to you how we come to 6.6. Does it offer us the lowest risk? When we lend this money to members, compared to kuchukua hii pesa tupeleke bank tulipangwe one check, which one is easier? Kupatia bank, si ndio? It would be very easy if we took our entire loan book. Currently is how many billion? Around 5 billion. Yes? 4.8 billion. It is very easy to chukua hiyo 4.8 tupatie Coop Bank, tuambie tunataka mtupatiange 12% per annum. One check. Sawa sawa. We can get better returns elsewhere. We can get lower risk. However, because this is Sacco, we are owned by who? Members. We are formed for who? The members. We exist solely for the purpose of the members. So before we can go investing elsewhere, we must prioritize investment in the members. Despite the fact that they don't give us the highest return, they don't expose us to the lowest risk. So we must prioritize lending to members in the hope that the members are going to do very well in their businesses, watatuletea more money in future. Are we together? But we must prioritize giving member loans. However, we must resist the temptation to clobber our members with loans. We should not force loans to members. Kama hawataki loan, tunasema ni sawa. Kama hawana uwezo, tunasema ni sawa, we will invest for you elsewhere. So if there are products that are appearing to push loans down the throats of members, we need to take caution. At times I see Saccos, zinafika mahali juu member wachukui loan, tunakuja tunasema we are going to improve our multiplier to 6 times. Multiplier yetu iko ngapi? 4 times. Was it always 4 times? Mulifika mahali mkaona wa member wa copy enough, si ndio? Mkasema wacha tuipeleke 4 times. And even when you are suffering in liquidity, bado unasema because we brought it, tutangangana. Si ndio? Tutasukumana. So you will find yourself having to borrow money to satiate that extra one time, to force loans down the throat of members. You don't have to. You don't have to. So I want to show you why, as a member, the only place you should borrow is a Sacco. Sacco loans are very cheap. They are the most affordable. Na ukijipata wewe unaenda kukopa kwingine, ujiite mkutano. The problem we have with our members, utasikia member wakisema ukiwa na pay slip, uende kwa bank, si utakopeshwa? Do you need to have any deposits with the bank? Do you need to have any deposits? So saa ingine kama member mnasema, Sacco inatukopesha pesa yetu. Is it true that wakati mnakopa 4 times, ile ya kwanza ni yako, si ndio? Hii ingine 3 ndio wanakukopesha. Lakini interest unalipa on the 4 times. Isn't it? But what members forget, ile yako tunakulipa. Si ile yako tunakulipa interest. At what rate? 6%. Na hii ingine tunakuchaja at what rate? Tunakuchaja at what rate? Loan zenu ziko at what rate? From 12% all the way to 15%. That is the nominal rate. What you don't see is the effective rate. And I want to show you the cost of borrowing in your Sacco. If you borrow at 12%, ukikopa shilingi laki moja, 100,000 shillings at 12%. Kila mwezi, every month, you are supposed to be repaying 2,633. Tuko pamoja? 2,633. To get this, you can check an online calculator and check. Kuna calculator inaitwa RN, AREN calculator. Will help you to get this fixed. Tutakulipa pesa yako at 6%. And we are even hoping to improve it from 6 to 10%. So is the payment of interest at 12% sustainable? A dividend. Is it sustainable? It is sustainable, and I will show you how. But Sacco loans will always remain cheap. Even at 1.5%, this is 18% per annum. Nominal, the effective rate ends up being only 10.3%. So even if we are to increase the rate of our loans, it will not help us to increase the rate of dividends. I will show you how we should increase the rate of dividends. But you should be able to convince your members that we must grow our Sacco, we must borrow only from the Sacco. Because Sacco loans are affordable. Are we together? Sacco loans are affordable. Between 6.6% and 10.3% at a loan of 18% nominal rate. So how then will we be able to pay a dividend of 10, 11, 12%? Let us see how. We look at this other side. We started with the assets. So I want us now to deliberate about core capital and liabilities. We deliberate about core capital and we also deliberate about the liabilities. So if you come to this other side, capital. Capital tumesema kwa Kiswahili inaitwa nini? Mtaji. So capital are the economic resources. What we have invested. Sisi kama members, what have we invested? If you look at your total deposits, our total deposits roughly is how much? 5.7 billion. Our total share capital? 812 million. So we have invested a total of about 6.5 billion shillings. That is our investment. That is our capital. And the way we invest is what now determines how much we shall generate. I want to show you that in a short while. So when you look at the Sacco capital is divided into two. And I want to show you why failing to meet your prudential thresholds is hurting you as a Sacco. Sawa. As a Sacco. Let us stand up and stretch. You know we want to start preparing for lunch. Hata nyinyi mnashangaa vile hizi meals zinakuja haraka, si ndio? Hata hujatulia ndio hii chakula tena. Sawa sawa. Stand up, jinyoshe, stretch yourself. Stretch yourself. Then take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. We want to do the stretch we did last year. I'm sure now you have perfected it. Sindio? Wacha tufanye haraka haraka. Kuna watu nimeona wako na mapua pande hii, naona mtu anashika hivi. Sawa. So we quickly discuss this part of core capital and borrowed capital. Sawa. Na hii ni mahesabu, so I want you to be keen. So I want us first to understand what makes up core capital, what makes up borrowed capital, and how should we as delegates support these two elements. Now when we look at core capital is made up of two items: contributed capital and institutional capital. I know you are seeing a third one, Sidio, which is what? Special Projects Fund. Special Projects Fund arise in a situation where we want to invest, and the investments we want to make are not within our core business. Sana, they arise when SACCOs want to do buildings that are beyond their budget. Tuko pamoja? So SACCO mnakaa hivi, board wanauliza tutakaa njaa hivi, situlete kamjengo, tukijenga labda tunaweza bakisha kakitu, hakutakosa kitu, itamwagika kwa mianya huko. Sawa. In the process of construction, si wanasema man eateth where he worketh, si ndio? Yes, which verse? Sasa saa zingine SACCOs, there is nothing wrong with a SACCO building, by the way. It gives us identity, it gives us a home. Lakini ile shida iko katika process ya kujenga, there is a very high risk. If governance is not right, SACCOs end up losing money in that process. Sawa. So saa ingine SACCOs inakuja, and I'll give you a good example of one SACCO I know here in Nairobi who wanted to do a building. Wako na shamba, wakaamua watajenga nyumba ya 3.3 billion shillings. Wale wanataka mambo ya mjengo, muwafungulie account waweke pesa ya building. So mfungue what we call a building fund, muuze shares. So what happens in such a scenario? Members contribute. SACCO inakuja inatoa milioni kama 200 ya kununua shamba, si ndio? Member wa contribute, SACCO itapunguza their shareholding with due time. Member wanatoa pesa, inafika milioni 500, wanaanza ku-slow down. Mkikuja mkutano wenu wa delegate, badala mdiscuss mambo ya SACCO, watu wanaanza kuuliza ile pesa ya manyumba ilienda wapi, turudishiwe. Sawa. Haiwezi kaa bure hivyo. So mikutano yenu inaanza kuwa kelele. Now board wanakaa wanaona, what if we bring a contractor? Ndio member wakiona tumeanza mjengo, wataleta pesa, si ndio? So wanaenda wanaharakisha, wanaleta contractor anaanza biashara. Anachimba mjengo ya 3 billion, lazima pia iende chini vizuri, si ndio? So by the time tractors zianze kuonekana juu, 200 million imeisha yote ile mlieka. Sawa. Mkikuja mkutano ya delegates, contractor hata yeye ametuma kamutu kake kuuliza pesa ilienda wapi ya demurrage, equipment za contractors they are lying at site. Kila siku anadai kulipwa 1 million shillings demurrage because amehire equipment, na hizo equipment they are lying idle, isn't it? Sasa nyumba inaanza kukula pesa yenu. Mkikuja kwa mkutano, hata kabla mwanze ajenda ni nini, kiti inarushwa kutoka nyuma, pesa ya nyumba. Sawa. Juu kuna mtu alikopa loan akawekelea hapo. Sisemi hatuwezi jenga through a fund, but anytime you see a special project fund, you unaona nimeiweka star, it's a place to be cautious. Tuko na SACCO Kenya ziko na morgue. There are SACCOs that are running a mortuary. Sawa. There are SACCOs that are running businesses. If, for instance, our government was to privatize the correctional facilities, si kuna countries where correctional facilities are privatized, isn't it? Kuna jera private. Si ni kweli? If Kenya was to go that direction, who would be best placed to invest in correctional facilities more than Magereza Sacco? Sisi tunaelewa hii biashara. We would be the best, and it would be a very good investment for us, isn't it? But if not handled right, non-core businesses can be an avenue lose money. We could easily lose money if we go that route. And I'll give you another good example. ya Sacco moja ambayo imejenga last year ya wakulima, iko huko upande ya Meru, mahali panaitwa Ngobo. Hiyo Sacco wamejenga a building of 250 million shillings without asking for a member to bring a shilling. How did they do it? In the previous 5 years, wamekuwa wakiweka 50 million kwa money market. Kila mwaka wanaweka 50 million. So wakati wamekuja kujenga, member walimuita tu ku-launch na kuja kufungua nyumba. Do you see the two differences in leadership? Hawakuenda kujenga nyumba ya 1 billion kwa sababu wao waliweza ya 250. Sawa sawa. So first they got their sizing right and they built what they can afford. So anytime you see hii wacha tuiondoe kwanza. Sawa sawa. We deal with the two that are expected by law. Contributed capital and institutional what? Capital. Contributed capital ni ile tunaitanga share capital ambayo our minimum is how much? 30,000. Was this minimum always 30,000? Was it always 30,000? Ilikuwa ngapi kitambo? Yes? Ilianza ikiwa 5. Mulianza na 20,000. 15,000. Si ndio? Kutoka 15,000 ikapelekwa ngapi? 20,000. Si ndio? Kutoka 20 ikaenda ngapi? 30,000. Were members excited? Were they very happy when it was increased? Are there members who even never increased? Walikwamia hapo. We tried to force them through deductions. Si wako? Wengine hata walitoroka. Si ndio? Waka withdraw. Is there a likelihood that in future tutaiongeza tena? Is there such a likelihood? So what are we doing about it? So that we don't get to ourselves. Kama uliweka mkono mahali ukachomeka, ukasikia moto huko ndani, unaweza kaa hivi ukingoja ukijua hata kesho nitabidi nirushe mkono ndio nifikie padlock. Kwako kwa nyumba, ukue unafunga na padlock. Sawa sawa. Uende kuweka mkono, udungwe na kakitu hapo, lakini ufungue. Sawa sawa. Kesho utakuja bado ufunge hivyo hivyo hapo kakitu kakiwa hapo. Sini ukiingia kwanza unakaoka na nyundo kaondoke. Isn't it? Sini kweli? So what measures are we taking? We need to answer that question from a strategic point of view. So contributed share capital has certain who is likely to win that war. Si huyo 500. So we must answer that question. How do we make sure that our capital does not increase again? Your minimum. For us to do that, we must make sure that the total capital is increasing because that total capital is part of the prudential thresholds by SASRA. So tusipoiongeza, SASRA itakuja tena iseme capital yenu haitoshi. Sawa sawa. So we must make sure that that capital is increasing without increasing the minimum. How do we do so? One of the strategies that SACCOs are taking nowadays is where we require all the members to add something small every year. Tuko pamoja. Na hiyo resolution inapitishwa na nani? Delegates. So mnasema capital yetu minimum should not increase from 30,000. Ibaki 30,000. Lakini kila mwaka kila mtu anaongeza 1,000. So kama umekuwa na sisi for 10 years, capital yako itakuwa ngapi? 40,000. Utakuwa umeitoa 30, umepeleka 40. So our total capital ya Sacco will be growing by 25 million every year. Haven't we sorted out that problem? Siyo itakuwa imetatua. And we must be willing. Si tulisema we are willing to walk the difficult decisions. For now in the short term it may appear difficult. In future, kuna wakati capital itakuwa nyingi na tutakuwa tumeongeza rate ya dividend, tutakuja tufunge. Tuseme hakuna kuongeza share capital. Hakuna kuongeza share capital. In my Sacco where I've invested, walifika mahali wakasema share capital hakuna kupitisha 200,000 saa hizi, hata ukaenda huko kuwa na 300,000 ukiweka 100 itadirectiwa kwa deposit. Wameifungia 200,000. Tuko pamoja. Kabla wafunge, mimi nilikuwa nimeweka 2.5 million. Kuna siku nitarudishiwa? Si wameifungia hapo? So wakilipa dividend walipe 10%, nitawekewa 250,000. Yule mwenye amefungiwa ati 200 atawekewa ngapi? 20,000. Kuna mali anaweza enda kuteta na ilifungwa. Kuna mali anaweza enda kuteta na ilifungwa. Sasa forever mimi nitakuwa nakula maziwa mingi, yeye anakula kidogo kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo alipanda. Sawa sawa. So saa hizi unaweza ona tunakubembeleza wewe mwenyewe ujiongezeshe ya capital. Wengine tunakulazimisha. Kuna siku itakuja utakuwa ukisemanga I wish I listened to au kama mwalimu I wish siku kwa dharau nikaweka wakati kulikuwa na opportunity ya kupanda. Because even your sister hata hiyo polisi tuliona Mategwa in our meeting. Saa hizi huwezi ongeza share capital kwa polisi, hawataki. Sawa sawa. Hawataki because they know wanataka wale walipanda kitambo hao ndio wanakula. So watakuwa kisema we are paying 17% lakini wewe unapewa 17% ya shilingi 500. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? 85 shillings. Si ni 85 shillings. Wewe unakula 85 bob, kuna mtu huko ako na 10 million anawekewa 1.7 million. Sawa sawa. So hapa kwetu ndio kuna opportunity ya kupanda because we are in the planting season. Sawa sawa. Hapa ndio kuna opportunity ya kupanda. Wewe utataka kuja kuongeza wakati tunavuna, tutafunga. Tuseme wale walipanda ndio wanavuna pekee. Sawa sawa. Hatutaki watu wapande tena, panda ingine. So we need to find ways to voluntarily increase our share capital. We also need to find ways to make sure that everybody is also increasing hata kama ni kitu kidogo. That resolution must come from you. And when it is tabled, and I pray that the board will be bold enough to table it. Sawa sawa. Juu tena tunaweza kuwa tunadiscuss mambo mazuri lakini nyinyi hamwayaoni kwa resolution, si ndio? So lazima pia ikuje kwa resolution for the members to make those decisions. I'm not trying to control the board, what I discuss waone which is the best decision to bring. So that is how we increase our contributed share capital. Now, our contributed capital is not capable of getting capital gains. Ukienda ununue shares kwa stock market, ukinunua share leo at 10 shillings, ukikuja baada ya miaka kadhaa itakuwa imetoka 10 bob imeenda 15. Si ndio? Lakini ukinunua shares kwa Magereza Sacco, ununue shares za 20,000. Kuna mtu unaweza uzia 20,000? Watanunua pesa ngapi? Anakuuliza kwanza kama unaweza chukua 3,000. Si hapo ndipo mnaanzianga? Ndio upime shida zake zimefika wapi. Unamuuliza utakula 3. Sawa sawa. Unaweza kula 3 anasema 3 unanifinyilia. Unamwambia hivyo ndivyo zinauzwa siku hizi. Sawa sawa. Lakini juu tunajuana, wacha nikufikishia 45. Sawa sawa. Optimally, hapo ndipo tunafaa kuwa tukilipa. Sawa sawa. So dividends will always be higher to compensate you for the fact that you can never get capital gains. Na hii share capital usiogope ati jua itawairudishwa. Usiogope ati jua itawairudishwa. Huyu ni mti wa matunda unapanda ukuu ukichuna matunda. Sawa sawa. Sio kukata mbao. Are we together? So hii ni mti unafaa uachie watoto wako waendelee kuchuna matunda. You are planting a fruit tree. Sawa sawa? Now the other capital is called institutional capital. Sawa sawa? It's called institutional capital. What is institutional capital? What is institutional capital? I want us to break for lunch at that point. Sawa sawa. It's already lunch time. Unashangaa imefika ama hamna njaa? Yes? We continue to what time? We break and come back. It's already lunch time. We are 10 minutes past 1. We are 10 minutes past 1. I think we break. We come back at 10 minutes past 2. Kumbuka our rule for those who joined us as we progressed. Wakati tutafika 2:10. Tuko pamoja. Anybody mwenye atakuja akae karibu na wewe, either on your left right or right side, past 2:10, not before. Akupatie shilingi ngapi? 100 na akikataa uniite. Ondoke ubaki wewe ukiwa member, unabaki ukiwa billionaire. Sawa sawa. Juu yote itakuwa zini yako. So whenever you exit the Sacco, you are leaving behind your institutional capital. unaachia wale wengine. And that is why we said a Sacco should not be something that you want to leave. Unafaa uachie watoto wako. Sawa sawa. Because when you exit, you leave your institutional capital. Wewe unaangalia ile share capital na deposit zile unaona, lakini kuna pesa ingine ambayo hauoni. Sawa sawa. That is held collectively by who? By the Sacco. Now this institutional capital, hii ndio inasaidia Sacco in terms of kuweza kulipa dividend ya 12%, interest ya 12% na dividend ya 20%. Because the more we are retaining, the more inazaa. Let me give you a good example. Kuna Sacco moja ambayo iko na total asset base ya 15 au 16 billion. Hiyo Sacco iko na institutional capital now approaching 7 billion. Which means hiyo 7 billion ikigenerate 700 million, hii ni pesa that belongs to who? To the Sacco collectively. So wanakuja sasa wakitop up, wakichukua milioni 300 wanasema hizi tutaenda to boost interest ya members. Sawa sawa. Lakini juu yetu wa institutional capital is only 1.1 billion, hata ikizaa 100 million, hiyo 100 million tukigawia watu 25,000, kila mtu anatoka na shilingi 4,000 pekee. Na saa hizo tujalipa expenses. Sawa sawa. So we need to be deliberate about our institutional capital. Now much of our institutional capital, sisi kama Magereza, is tied down in our what? Building. Si ni kweli? Close to 50% ya our institutional capital iko kwa nyumba. Hiyo nyumba ina generate pesa, but I can attest the revenue, you know, a property will bring a return of about maybe 8%. Then we are also occupying half of the property. So we must be deliberate. Si hiyo ilijengwa na wale walikuwa. Sisi wenyewe now we build our institutional capital na investiwe. Hii institutional capital first inakuwa invested in form of loans to you members, but a portion of it we also invest away from the members. Sawa sawa. So every year tukiretain kidogo tuna invest kwingine. Every year tukiretain kidogo inainvestiwa kwingine. But we need to find ways to grow our institutional capital. The board must think about it. The delegates must support it. Sawa sawa. So this institutional capital, hii wakati unataka kutoka Sacco jiite mikutano kama 3. Sawa sawa. Ujiulize, nataka kuachia watu pesa wakule. Si watoke wao waniache. Sawa sawa. Watoke wao waniache. Now the other form of capital is borrowed capital. Sacco tunakopa. And Saccos borrow in 2 ways. Tunakopa from our members in deposits. And that is the right way of borrowing as a Sacco. Tunafaa kukopa kutoka kwa nani? Kwa member through deposits. Now member tunawalipa interest. Secondly, tunakopa kwa bank. Anytime Sacco tunaenda kukopa kwa bank is a time of reflection. It shows that things are not okay. Sawa sawa. We need to take measures. Kama sasa tuko na loan. The loan originally was of how much? 600 million. Sawa sawa. Of course tukikopa mambo hayakuwa mazuri, si ndio? Liquidity wise. Liquidity wise. But we need to caution ourselves tusiende hiyo njia tena. Because if you have borrowed 600 million, hata tulipe interest just at 15%, it means every year tunapeana 90 million, ile pesa ambayo ingekuja kwa member inaenda kwa bank. 90 million, you know, is a small apartment. Si ndio? Ukiwa na 90 million umepandisha ka apartment kadogo. Ka maybe 30 or so units. From start to finish. So we are not only hemorrhaging income, we are losing future income. Sawa sawa. So what will prevent us from borrowing? Ni nini itafanya tusifike hapo tena? Is by making sure our members at grassroots are patronizing FOSA. Is by making sure our members at grassroots are making their minimum contribution. Is to make sure. So we need to be very cautious and deliberate. The reason we are given borrowing powers ndio tuweze kumanage liquidity crisis. Sawa sawa. Lakini si ati ndio tukae na loan. So we need to sort out that loan. Painful as it may be, we need to sort out that. We need to sort out that loan. Now there is a relationship between capital and risk. If we are well capitalized, we can be able to cover any risk. Let me give you a very good, I'm not saying we should go looking for risk. Tuko pamoja. But when we have capital, we can be able to do what? To deal with risk. I gave you an example of a Sacco that wrote off 800 million they had invested in Cusco. Sidio. Now, there is one that you popularly know. We all know Mwalimu National. Sidio. They lost money. They had invested in a bank. They were trying to make money for the members. Sidio. Wakaenda waka-invest kwa bank. Wakawekelea pesa ngapi? 2.5 billion. Wakaamua kuuza hiyo bank. Waondoke. Because if you realize mahali umeweka mkono kuna moto, si ni uondoe mkono? Sidio? Ama uondoe moto, either of them. Sawa sawa. But huwezi endelea kukaa hapo. So their members wakasema, this is a bad decision. We cannot persist in the bad decision. We are going to close it. Sawa sawa. Na kufunga benki means we sell it. Wakauzia hiyo bank, wakauzia nani? Spire Bank wakauzia nani? Mwalimu National wakauzia Equity Bank. Equity Bank iliponunua Spire Bank ikaambia Mwalimu National, we are willing to take over this trouble. Huu moto unawachoma, we are willing to buy it. Sawa sawa. But it's a very simple transaction. Mutatupatia bank, kisha mtuzidikishe na milioni zingine 500. Tuko pamoja. So they sold the bank to Equity, wakawalipa milioni zingine ngapi? 500 on top. Yani wakawapea bank na wakalipa 500 million. And they continued surviving. Why? Because Mwalimu National is a 60 billion plus Sacco. So loss ya 2 billion is, sisi tunaweza stahimili loss ya 1 billion. Tukapoteza 1 billion tutailipa miaka 15 hapa tukilipanga. Sawa sawa. So the bigger the capital, the more cushioned we are against risk. I'm not saying we go looking for risk. Sisemi tuende tukitafuta risk. Even you as an individual, ukiwa na resources, the more resources you have, the more you can handle risk. Tuko pamoja. Kama una pesa, ukiwa unaendesha gari hivi unasimamisha kwa na polisi, unamwambia sikuwa nakimbia afande. Hata hujaulizwa kama ulikuwa unakimbia, wewe ushajitolea. Sawa. You already saying sikuwa nimekimbia hata sana. Sawa sawa. Already you even directing them mahali shida inaweza kuwa. Lakini ukiwa na pesa, unasimamisha unamuuliza habari mkubwa. Sawa sawa. Yeye mwenyewe ajisemeni nini yako. Because you know you can deal with him, na ukishindwa kudeal na yeye unaweza deal na mkubwa wake. Na ukiwa na shida na mkubwa wake unaweza washikanisha yeye na mkubwa wake uwasotu wote. Sawa sawa. Uwasotu wote pamoja. Ama mkubwa huyo mkubwa wake na huyu na yule mdogo wake wote uweke pamoja, you can deal with them. Sawa sawa. Lakini kama una resources, everywhere near you is risk. Ukiwa una pesa, bila niwaambia last time, unaweza enda hospitali hivi, uambiwe tumekuangalia, tukaona figo zako zimeangalia nyuma. Kawaida figo huwa zimeangalia mbele, lakini tunaona zako zimeangalia nyuma. Kama hauna pesa, unastuka, unarudi nyumbani Geshagi, unafungua WhatsApp group za maombi, sawa sawa. Unashikwa na stress, unagogwa na ng'ombe, unaenda. Lakini ukiwa uko na tu pesa, unakuja kwa Sacco, si uko na milioni zako 3 kwa deposits, unasema wakuwekee self guaranteed loan. Hiyo self guaranteed unaingiaga kwa Sacco, unatoka na pesa. Juu hakuna garanta unatafuta, si ndio? So hapo wanakuwekea yako 1700, unanunua katiketi ka 1100 na 100 nyingine unaenda nayo kule India, unapigwa picha, wanakuangalia, wanasema ni kweli tunaona figo zako zimeangalia nyuma. Sawa sawa. Your kidneys, figo zimeangalia nyuma. Lakini figo hata uangaliana mtu akiwa amefurahi, rudi uendelee na kazi. Sawa sawa. Uko sawa wewe. Lakini bila pesa utakuwa already wewe ulistuka na ukaenda. Sawa sawa. Ulistuka ukapata heart attack, heart yako ikakuwa attack, ukasoga. Sawa sawa. Your own heart attacked you. So for us to manage risk, we must capitalize our society. We must be willing to have the right proportion of capital. Sasra gives its own ratios, But what I have seen with SACCOs that do very well, they have been deliberate. They are having institutional and contributed capital being close to even 50% of their total asset base. Kuna SACCO, they are retaining 70%. Sisi, we are struggling to meet the statutory 20%. There are SACCOs that can be able, kuna SACCO hizo unaona zinalipa even 20%, they can pay that dividend even 60% ni vile hawataki. There's a relationship between capital and liquidity. As we mentioned, are to meet their monthly contributions. If members like delegates who are role models are going to contribute more willingly, sawa sawa, si hata ile ya minimum, willingly, wewe umepandisha yako, kukiitwa wale watu wako top savers, we want to tutishe, to surprise. I'm sure kuna mtu hata wewe uliona ameitwa hata ukashangaa kwani wameconfuse. Sawa sawa. Hey, we want you to surprise us. Juu ya vile umejitolea. Sawa sawa. Juu ya vile umejitolea. And that surprise will help us in form of liquidity. There is a relationship between capital and returns. And I want to talk about this relationship. And I want to give you a specific illustration of one cooperative ambayo iko upande wa Meru, a place called Gobo. Gobo is about 11 kilometers to Meru town, for those who have not been, those sides. This cooperative is a housing cooperative. And this cooperative was born out of a Sacco. Sawa sawa. Na huyu ni mtoto ambaye alizaliwa akiwa na meno na akiwa na miguu. Watoto wanazalianga wakiwa na miguu na akiwa anatembea. Sawa sawa. Alizaliwa akiwa na meno na anatembea. How so? In 2010, when Sasra came to being, Sasra appeared to be very much against mambo ya manyumba. Sidio? Walikuwa, that is their major highlight when Sasra was formed. Ile kitu waliona sana as a risk ilikuwa SACCOs kwenda kuinvest in land and properties. So there was a lot of news. Sacco, unajua tu walikuwa naongea wanasema vile Sasra imekuja serikali sawa sawa inataka kuingilia mambo yetu and hawataki mambo ya manyumba. So this Sacco, which was a Sacco of farmers, ilikuwa na nyumba yao. Wakaona kama tutakuwa regulated, juu tunataka kuendelea na mambo ya fosa, hakuna haja tuingie na hii nyumba hapa na vile hii Sasra imewaka mambo ya manyumba. Sawa sawa. So they sat in the board and they decided what we will do, we are going to form a new housing cooperative and we will transfer the building to the housing cooperative. And the members of the Sacco will become members of the housing cooperative. Juu wao ndio walijenga, si ndio? And we will even close the bond. Hii housing cooperative hatutaruhusu watu wengine kwa sababu hao ndio walijenga, nyumba ni yao. And so they did that. Na hii nyumba ilikuwa imejengwa as a college. So walikuwa na tenant. A university that was paying them a rent ya 2.2 million shillings per month. 2.2 for 12 months is how much? 26.4 million shillings. Sawa sawa. Kila mwaka walikuwa na rent ya 26.4 million shillings. Na because this is a different cooperative, si kuna Sacco na kuna housing. So kila Sacco lazima ikuwe na board yake, si ndio? So watu immediately wakaanza campaign ya kuingia kwa board ya housing. Mimi mkinichagua naenda kuwaletea dividend. Si nyumba tulishajenga. Nyumba kwani inawekwa maji ama fertilizer, ni mmea. Tukilipa caretaker, tulipe repairs and maintenance. Kuna kitu ingine kwa nyumba? Sio pesa ingine yote member wanakula. Na nyumba haiko under Sasra. Housing is not under Sasra. Kwa hivyo sisi ni kufagia. So board members were elected on the promises of willingness to distribute ile kidogo inapatikana. Sawa sawa. And distribute they did. From the year 2013 to 2019, when that Sacco was formed from 2013 to 2019, they were in dividends haven. In 2019, the tenant was a university, Akakuja akawaambia because of the way there have been changes in the education sector, serikali saizi imefocus on TVETs, mitihani imekuwa ngumu, sawa sawa, wanafunzi hawaibi mitihani tena, wamekaziwa. And because of that shift, tunaangalia hii biashara yetu ya university, we want to close some branches, na tumefikiria tuanze na hii ambayo tuna rent. Sawa sawa. So wakawapea notice, wakawalipa notice in rent in lieu of notice, na wakaondokea. So by the time they were engaging us in consultancy in the year 2022, hawakuwa wamepata mteja. And they thought they would get someone to offtake the entire building. Their rent income came down from 26.4 million shillings to 0.3 million per annum. Kutoka 26.4 million to only 300,000 shillings per what? Per annum. So hata kubit allowances inakuwa hata ni shida. They can't cover their expenses. So we were now having a discussion with them. As we said, it is very easy to look at what has already passed and say, I could have done. Sidio? But it is beneficial to you to see it before and say, I will do. Instead of I could have done. So we were preparing with them a schedule that I want to show you. What if, during those years when they were making money, wangeamua out of the 26.4 million they were generating, wachukue 2.4 million for their operations. That will leave them with 24 million. Sidio? 24 million wagawanyishe mara mbili. Members wakule nusu, cooperative ijibakishie nusu na waienda waiekeze. So we were imagining where they would invest 12 million shillings every year. Hapo kuna mtu ametajirika mara that. Mia imekukuta pande hii na pande ile. Tungoje uwasote. Sawa sawa. Huyu ashakura yake na wapande ingine. Sawa sawa. So but when the interest rate capping came, they went as low as 14%. The interest rate cap. Sawa sawa. So now we were not even assuming they get a return of 20%. Wapate to 12%. Now a compound. So what we are showing here is a schedule for the 6 years from 2013 to 2019. Wakiwa wana invest 12 million. So if they do 12 million in year 1 waanza na zero, waeke 12 million. Isaya at 13%, warudishe, ikuwe 13.56. Wakiendelea hivyo for 6 years, wangekuwa wameinvest a total of 72 million. Naye member angekuwa amekula ngapi? Member amekula 12, ametoa wapi? Member atakuwa amekula ngapi? I want to see whether we are following. Naweza kuwa na payuka hapa bure. Member atakuwa amekula ngapi? The same 72, si anakula 12 tukiweka 12. Anakula 12 tukiweka 12, is it? So pia member atakuwa amekula 72 million. Are we together? But because yetu sisi tuna invest, yetu itakuwa imefika ngapi? 112 million. Is it clear? So we will already be having an additional how much? An additional how much? 40 million. 40 million. 50 aje. An additional 40 million. Tuko pamoja? Is it clear? Wacha nisiharakishe hapa kwa mahesabu, nimeona niende pole pole. Mahesabu ikuwa rahisi. Sawa sawa. Kwana ikiingia mamilioni. Is it clear? Any question on the mathematics? Kuna watu wanangojaga any question aulize mambo ya governance. Sawa sawa, ndio aonekane anaogeaga kwa mikutano. Na kuna watu wanatumia hiyo strategy ndio waitisha kiti ya board. Hatutakuwa tunachagua mtu based on kama unaongeanga, tutaangalia your content as a person. Sawa sawa, sio kuja kuongeanga tu ati ndio uchaguliwa kwa board. Hapana, we look at the content. So is it clear? Any question on this? How we have gotten to 112 million. Now kumbuke these members already wamekula dividend ya 12 million kila mwaka. Now come the next phase, 2019, tenant ametoka. Hatuna rent income, sidio? So we now start with this 112 million. Hiyo 112 ikizaa 14 million, tunapatia member 7, tunarudisha 7, tunapatia member 7. Tunakatana nusu. Sawa sawa. If we do so for another 6 years, member atakuwa, in addition to the 72 million walipata, atakuwa amepata an additional, ukiada peace dividends, atakuwa amepata an additional 50 million over a span of 6 years. Lakini na sisi tutakuwa tuko na, in addition to the building, tuko na investment ya 164 million, which will be giving us a return averaging 22 million a year. So tukitaka hata kuchukua nusu yake 11 million tulipe member, nusu tuende tubadilisha ile building ikuwe hoteli. So we have the capital. Tunaweza nunua vitanda za 11 million ni mingi sana. Isn't it? We can even transform it to a prison. Tukombolesha serikali, si ndio? Isn't it? Si ndio? Because we have the resources. Si ni kuweka grill na fence. Si ndio? Because we have the capital. Sawa. But now by 2022 from 2019 hawa watu walikuwa wamechanganyikiwa watafanya nini? Wako na nyumba, hawana mteja, hawana capital to do anything. This is what we are looking with them in hindsight, what they could have done different. In 2023 nilipita huko, nikapata waliamua kufungua college wenyewe. Sawa. It's a brilliant idea because they are an investment cooperative, they can do it. But the problem, hawana pesa ya marketing, hawana pesa ya kununua viti, so they will be forced to borrow, isn't it? Na wakikopa wakosa wanafunzi, si watachotwa, nyumba itaenda hivyo. Sawa. But had they done what was right then, wange focus kujenga hiyo institutional capital na waiweke mahali ambapo inazaa, hiyo mazao ndio ingewa protect in future. I hope we are communicating. Is that clear? And I have done a few schedules. I was looking at a small Sacco that decides hata ikuwe kidogo aje, kama saa hizi vile tunalipa loan, we might not afford so much to invest, isn't it? But at least tunaweza pata hata iwe kidogo namna gani. Assume we take 50,000 shillings a month. 50,000 inaweza yumbisha hii Sacco yetu kweli? 50,000 hata we can't even feel it. Si ndio? Every year we would find ourselves investing 600,000. At a return of 13% in 12 years, tutakuwa na 17 million for a rainy day. May not be significant for a Sacco of our size, but I will get to our size. Past that, if we do another 12 years without investing, tuanze to withdraw half of the money. Remember, we invested 7.2 million. We start withdrawing half of the dividends. In another 12 years, we will have withdrawn 19 million. Na pesa yetu kwa hiyo investment will have grown to how much? 37 million. This is purely for illustration purpose. Sisemi mwenda mkaeka 50,000. 50,000 in our Sacco is negligible. You not even feel it. Let us use a bit real figures. Assume we do 3 million per month. And we are able to get a return of 15%. Currently, of course, interest rate-based incomes have slightly dipped unless you're going for special funds. The government has issued 2 bonds, infrastructure bonds. High as 18, close to 19%, 18.9%. But now the regime, the market will keep on changing. But even 12.4 is not a bad rate, is nearing 13%, even 12.7. Sawa. It's not a bad rate in the bond market. So assume we do 3 million at 15%. Sawa. 3 million would mean that in a year we are packing how much? 36 million. Are we together? 36 million. Where on earth would we get 36 million from? Where would we get 36 million from? I told you about the capping and holding. Kuna ile mwaka tunasema, huu ni mwaka wa kujenga, we are not going to increase our expenses. Hiyo kidogo tumesave vile tunge increase kwa budget, ndio tunaweka for a rainy day. Na next year itazaa, isn't it? Next year itazaa. So 36 million in 12 years, tukiwekanga, itakuwa imefika 432 million. Niko sure, kuna wengine wanauliza why 12 years? Sidio? Why not 11? Why not 15? Why not 10 years? Yes? Kwa sababu ndio ingetoshea kwa screen. Sawa. There is no science. Tuko pamoja. Hii ndio ingetoshea kwa screen vizuri. So you can work within a number of years. So in 12 years, tukiwekanga tu, we are just consistently investing. We are investing. And the same way we compel members to save, hata sisi kama Sacco we should save. Are we together? Whether things are tough or not. Consistently tunaweka tu. Kwa miaka ya kupanda, we are in planting. In those 12 years, our total investment will be 432 million ile pesa tumetoa. But because of compounding, that fund would have grown to 1.2 billion. Is that clear? 1.2 billion. Now look at the magic. Watch the magic. After these 12 years, tunasema miaka ya kuteseka imeisha. Tumekombolewa. We now start doing what? Harvesting. We stop investing. Tunaingia phase ya kukula. Tuko pamoja. So from year 13, we start withdrawing half of the return. Our investment inazaa 180 million. Tunatoa 90, tunarudisha 90. Tuko pamoja. If we do that for only 8 years, we will have withdrawn a total of 940 million. Out of an investment of how much? 432, we will have withdrawn 940 million. And our investment will be how much? 2.1 billion. Hii ni kusema nini? Hii return yetu, can you see the return for that 20th year is 300 million? Sacco yenu ilikuwa imelipa total dividends ya 362 million. Which means, out of this investment of only 3 million from your Sacco, and remember, your Sacco in deposits should be collecting 66 million a month. Si tulifanya hiyo hesabu asubuhi. So if out of 66 million tukichukua 3 million, bado tunabakisha 63 million mufanya hiyo biashara ingine mnafanyanga nayo. Sawa sawa. So out of that investment, we can pay all your dividends to bakisha only 62 million. Out of only 3 million investment, in this, after this span of years, this Sacco can pay. See, inazaa karibu 300 million. We can pay dividend yenu yote to bakisha only 62 million. Because of doing what is right with our institutional capital. So institutional capital will help us to cover risk. Sisemi sasa tuende tuchukue milioni 300 tuseme hata tumekopa tukaweka kwa bonds ama tukainvest. Hapana, ni kidogo kidogo. It should be deliberate and strategic. Board waamue. Na nyinyi mkiwa delegates muwa support by mobilizing huko nje the liquidity that is necessary to support such an venture. In future, hizi return wakati kuna kuja milioni 300 inatoka nje inakuja kwa Sacco, tutashindwa kulipa 15% interest. Tutashindwa kulipa 10% interest, 12%. Because we have returns coming from, kuna ile loans inakuja, kuna hii ingine inatoka kwa bonds, kuna hii inatoka kwa money markets, kuna hii inatoka kwa shares tumenunua in the NSE. Si ati tuende tuweke tena yote pamoja. We need to come up with an investment policy. Hii pesa hata kama unaona ni kama I'm compounding in one fund, it should not be in one fund. To spread the risk, there will be an investment policy to guide it. Now I have done another one last one, for a Sacco that is investing 1 million shillings. Assuming muone 3 million ni ngumu kuanza nayo saa hii. Kwanza wakati tunalipa loan, si ndio? So to agree, we can start even with 1 million shillings. At 16%, in 12 years, our money grows to 429 million. Out of an investment of 144 million. So out of that 429 million, if we withdraw 50% for another 8 years, we withdraw 365 million. Out of an investment of 144 million. And we are left holding an asset of close to 800 million. Hii Sacco hata mkalitrenchiwa nyote itaendelea kuwalipa dividend. Wewe hata ukijaribu kuimagine unaweza toka Sacco kama hiyo, unajiita mkutano utatoka aje mahali mnalipwa hata bila kuchukua loans or anything. Sawa sawa. Such a Sacco will be stable. But it is stable not because of what they are paying us, it is stable because of these first 12 years. And these are several strategic cycles. A strategic cycle is about 4 years, isn't it? 4-5 years. So we need to link them. We need to link them up. So the next question then is, what should we do as delegates? Sisi kama delegate, kuna wengine wanauliza, sisi unatuambia si ungeambia board, si ndio? Si ungeambia board ndio wanafaa wafanye hiyo maneno. Sisi tunatuambia tufanye nini? So what are we supposed to do as delegates? Your roles first is to mobilize deposits. For this to be possible, we must mobilize deposits. How will we mobilize deposits? By being wealthy ourselves. Kama wewe delegate mwenyewe umeparara, tunakuona vile umeparara. You know, there are delegates who expose the Sacco to what we call pecuniary embarrassment. Sawa sawa. Wewe unakopa mpaka wale wengine huko station, tunaanza kushindwa, huyu delegate anacheza avieta hapa, huyu tunamuona akipeperusha kadege hapa. Huyu kweli ndiye bado tegemeo letu. Sawa sawa. Especially now that our rates of return are single digit, you must sell hope boldly, but you must also walk the talk. You must be the model. Ati mtu akikuona anaona vile huyu delegate amekaa ngumu, lazima kuwe kuna kitu anajua hatujui, na hiyo kitu inakaa ni mzuri. Juu kama yeye anakubali kuweka, si hata sisi tuweke. Lakini kama uweki na wewe ndio unakujanga Nairobi, wale hawakuji Nairobi watakubali kuweka kweli? Wanasema ukiona aweki hii inaenda kuanguka. Sawa. Kama yeye awekagi na yeye ndiye kiongozi. Kama yeye anawekanga 5,000 pekee na yeye ndiye kiongozi, si hata wao wataogopa. Kama anaweka 5,000 pekee, si ndio? I'm imagining mnaweka more. Hallelujah. Si ndio? Uwezi kuwa ni delegate alafu unaweka 5,000. Si ndio? Isn't it? Ama mnasema hata board wanaweka 5? I'm assuming, I'm confusing you with another Sacco. Mnacheza chini ya 5? Sio nyinyi, si ndio? Ni wale wengine mliacha na huko. Sawa sawa, mwende mueleze vile nimesema. Sawa sawa. More savings mean more loans to members. They mean that we will meet the member loans and be able to invest elsewhere. Encourage members to save regularly. Encourage them to use our FOSA. Sawa sawa. How will you make sure that happens? Muzungu akasema, if you can measure it, you can improve it. Tuko pamoja? If you can measure it, you can do what? Do we know how many members we have in our region? Well, unajua wale member unawakilisha ni wangapi? Do you know them? Have you analyzed them? By analyzing them means how member wako 200 ukae ukiuliza ofisi. Sawa sawa. I want to know what is the total loan for my region. Tuko pamoja. I want to know what is my total default. What is my total savings per month? Ujue member wako anatoanga pesa ngapi. Ndio hata wakati unaongelesha, unaweza kuwa unaenda kuwachocha na wewe ndiye the list hapo. Sawa sawa. Hata wanashindwa kama mtu na kenyewe hata akawekagi, because they might even be contributing. What I'm saying, unaweza enda kuambia member wako vile wanafaa watoe pesa, wajaribu kufikisha hata 7,000 na wao wanatoanga 10. Sasa wanashindwa, ni nini unaongelelea mambo ya 7,000 na sisi tunawekanga 10. So you need to have information. Analyze them so that you can help us as a Sacco. Tukirely on our employees, hii Sacco haitaiendelea. Because the employees are too few and they are doing clerical work. So ni wewe mwenyewe ukiwa delegate, ujichukue kama kiongozi. Sawa sawa. Na ujitume. You do self what? Sending. Kujituma. Sawa sawa. Self sending. Ama self removal. Kujitolea. Sawa sawa. Kujitolea. You need to help promoting savings products, fixed deposits, target savings, and also explain to the members how Saccos work. Sisa hizi mmeelewa model ya Sacco, isn't it? You have understood the contributed capital, the share capital, isn't it? Saidia members kuelewa. Support deposit campaigns. Sacco from time to time inafaa ituletee promotions za deposits. Sawa sawa. Promotions za deposits. So that when we do our savings meeting, top savers, it should also be a hybrid Tusifanye just top savers alone. It should be a hybrid where we even recognize the most improved depositor. Juu naweza kuwa top saver anaweza kuwa kwa na milioni moja juu ni mzee, isn't it? Amefikisha milioni courtesy of age. Isn't that true? Amekuwa na kwa Sacco for 46 years. Tuko pamoja. The Sacco is 50 years, lakini huyu member amekuwa na sisi for 46 years of the 50 years. So the probability that huyu member atakuwa amefikisha 1 million is higher than yule member ambaye ameingia 2020. Isn't it? So how do we achieve a balance? Tunasema kwa kila top savers meeting tutakuwa na another 10 based on performance for 1 year alone. Isn't that a good idea? Ati tukiangalia for the last 1 year, nani amekuwa relatively, maybe we can use 5 of them based on a percentage, 5 of them based on absolute amounts. So kama kuna mtu alikuwa na 100,000 and within 1 year atuletee 200,000, sio mtu anafaa kuwa recognized. Sidio, relatively that person has done very well. Kama kuna mwingine alikuwa na 600,000 ametuletea 400,000, absolutely you are likely to find his ranking very high. Relatively ameshindwa na yule mwingine, but in absolute amounts. So we need to, in addition to the 235, we can consider improving it by maybe another 20 people, is it? Based on these other criteria. But that criteria should be transparent and verifiable. Are we together? Isikuwa ati ni board wanakaa wanaona wacha huyu akuje, huyu anaga siasa baya, sawa sawa. Hapana, it should be verifiable. There should be a methodology ambayo members wanafaa wajue before even the year starts. Sawa sawa. So that we know we are entering into a race, na race yenyewe ni kukimbia ukiwa umekuja mguu moja. Sawa sawa. Ndio tusiende mwishowe wengine waseme mbona hatukuambiwa mguu inakunjwa. So the parameter should, because we want to help the Sacco. So tukuje tuambie members, we will be recognizing 235 top savers. Sawa sawa. Because that is where we started with the millionaires. Then in addition, we will be recognizing another 20. 10 of whom will be the most improved saver in the year. Sawa sawa. 10 of whom will be the most improved saver in absolute amounts maybe. Sawa sawa. That way we will be able to promote. Na nyinyi mkishika hiyo gospel, mnaenda mnaipractice tena mnaipreach. Tuko pamoja. Mnaipractice na mnafanya nini? Na mnapreach, mnapractice na mnapreach. We should celebrate consistent savers. They should be celebrated, including the young savers. Because if we just take top savers alone, we risk losing the young savers who are struggling, but they are struggling at a higher rate than wazee wali struggle. Sawa sawa. Yes. But don't worry that the way you did it, because you have to start at a point. Are we together? We have to start at a point. Then we keep on doing what? Improving. We keep on improving. By the time mufike kutupeleka America, labda nitakuwa nisha join. Sawa sawa. Use your influence to recruit new members. Ukienda huko nje, usijaribu kusema jambo lolote mbaya la Sacco yetu hata kama unalijua. Are we together? Shida zile zote tuko nazo usisemee hapa. Tukienda kule nje, wewe unafaa kuona mazuri pekee. And unfortunately, it is an African problem. Nirudie vizuri. Tukienda huko nje, ukiwa delegate, hatufai kukusikia ukisema jambo lolote mbaya la Sacco yetu, hata kama lipo ama halipo. And I insist that this is an African problem. It's an African problem kuanika shida zetu kwa watu huko nje. Na watusaidii, we are only harming ourselves. Let me give you a good example. Ingia online and Google 1998 bomb blast. Situli nyumba iliporomoshwa hapa na magaidi, si ni kweli? You will see ambulances, you will see dead bodies, you will see people crying. Go and Google the 2001 Twin Tower crash in the US, which killed more than 10 times the people who died up in Nairobi. Hautawaiona mwili hata moja. And there was media, isn't it? Si US wako na media. Lakini media yetu, and that is why it's even affecting the society. Ukifungulia TV Kenya, you would think we are in a war, a country imeisha. Whether they are dealing with political news, whether they are dealing with social news, is negativity all around you. Sijui nani alianguka na sufuria, mwingine alipigwa na ng'ombe. By the time you are through with the news, you are distressed. It's pure negativity. So if we take the same approach in our circles, we are not helping the Sacco. You are destroying it. Na ukiwa mjumbe, kama uoni jambo mzuri kwa Sacco, just resign. Toka hata uende hata kwa Sacco ingine. Toka hata kabisa uende tu kwa Sacco ingine. Because there is not, you're not autujengi. Kama uko na shida isemee huku ndani. Ukienda kule nje ni masuri tupu. Kwa sababu kama kuna shida, and you know a Sacco is about communal. Tukuja wengi pamoja tutatue shida zetu, ndio? So kama kuko na shida, ukieneza wale hawajaingia, unataka hiyo shida itatuliwe na kina nani, na tunataka wakuje tusort hiyo shida tukiwa wengi, tukiwa ndani. Sawa sawa. So let us preach the good gospel. Yale mashida tuyasemee huku kwa mikutano. Tuyasemee huku ndani, si kule nje. Welcome and guide new members. It takes a lot of effort to recruit members, lakini shida ile ipo. Unaona hata umri-recruit even 2-3 years ago, some of them just operate mechanically. Hawajuangi Sacco inafanya nini. Ni ile tu mliwaambia kuna kuwaga na Sacco na ni mahali unaweza kopa. Si ndio? Wakaanza kukatwa, hata hawajui share capital ni nini, hawajui deposits ni nini. Walk the journey with a new member. I'm sure some of you, when you joined the Sacco, ungepata mtu wa kukushika mkono vizuri, saa hizi ungekuwa kwa Millionaires Club. Si ndio? Lakini wengine hata tujuangi, hata ukielectiwa delegate hata hukujua. Ni vile tu alisema kuna mtu anafaa kuchaguliwa hapo, ukasema hata naweza. Sawa sawa. Ukajipata huko huku, ukajipata tuko huku pamoja. So guide the new members. Talk to them. Take them through the processes of how Saccos work. Keep members engaged. Stay in touch with your members. Stay in touch with your members. Usikae sana bila kuongelesha members wako. Si muko na WhatsApp groups? Muko na namba zao? Kaa ukiwaongelesha, usingoje siku ya kupigiwa kura. Engage them. Ask them, do you know about this product? Tell them this month I will be giving you information about share capital. Kila wiki unawarushia ka message about share capital, ama unawaambia those at your meeting. Purpose next week to talk to them about FOSA, how important it is, and give them that information. Na kama una hiyo information, ambia mtu kwa ofisi ya kutumiange na unawatumia. Sawa sawa. Anakutumia na wewe unawafuadia, you look very brilliant. Listen to them. Listen to them and give them feedback. It is very, very tempting. It is very, very tempting to shut down someone who has a grievance, especially where someone has a grievance out of lack of information. Unaona hata kwa vikao kama hii, and this one I will address it to the board. It is very tempting, wakati member anasimama kuuliza swali, it is very tempting to feel irritated, to want him to keep quiet. Sawa sawa, kuuliza bona ake uliza neighbor na hiyo ni kitu straightforward. Resist that temptation. Wacha mtu ajiseme hata kama utamjibu. Sawa sawa. Let them pour themselves out. Listening is a skill that if you train yourself, you can hone it, you can improve it. Give time, space. Watu wajiseme. Hata wakati unajua hautatatua hiyo shida. Of course, we have different personalities. There are people who are sanguines, there are people who are cholerics, there are people who are phlegmatics. I want to give you a very good example of a phlegmatic leader we had in the name of Emilio Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency, the late. Emilio was a phlegmatic. How do phlegmatics work? Phlegmatics anaweza kuwa hata kusovia shida yako. Anaweza kuwa hata understand whatever problem you have. But they will listen and they know they are not going to help you. Huyu ni mtu unamwambia tunaenda hii njia na yeye anajua mnaenda hii. Anakuacha useme mambo ya kwenda huko, unamaliza, lakini kesho yake anaamka anakuambia tunaenda huko. Utaamuka useme carpet ni nusu, hata kuambia sio nusu, hata pinga, lakini wewe ukitaka nunua carpet yako mzima ukuja nayo. Sawa sawa. So what I'm saying is we need to learn to listen to our people. Sawa sawa. Let us listen to them. We may not have solutions. Watakuja wakwambie kwa Sacco ingine tunalipakwa 15%, usianze kupingana nao. Sawa sawa. Don't even offer any explanations because you may not even have any. Wasikize tu, uambie nimesikia. Sawa sawa, na umalizie hapo. No explanation. You need to listen to them. And where you can give feedback, you need to do what? To give feedback. You need to give feedback. Be a marketing ambassador. Jiulize huu mwaka wote umepita ni nani, watu wangapi umetuletea? How many people have you brought? How many people have left from your station? Did you talk to them? Na uambie Sacco, wakisikia mtu wa kwako anataka kutoka wakuongeleshe, ni heri atoke kama umemuongelesha. Sawa sawa. But members hawezi kuwa wanatoka na wewe hata ujui. And you are our representative. What are you representing? Unajua unaweza kaa hivyo, siku moja ikifika siku ya re-election, ugundue kumbe member wako walitoka wote ni wewe. Sawa sawa. Wewe unafikiria kuna watu unawakilisha, kumbe ni wewe tu. Wewe ndio umebaki. Wengine walienda hawako. Sawa sawa. So you need to make sure that you are tracking your members. If you can measure it, you can improve it. If you can measure it, you can improve it. We spoke about this. Speak positively. Where possible, wear branded items. Sawa sawa. Where possible, wear branded items. Do we get branded items? Yes, from time to time. Saa ingine Sacco inaweza kuwa haina capability in terms of marketing. Sawa sawa. Na hata wakati Sacco haina capability in terms of marketing, wanaweza tuuzia. Isn't it? At cost. Amwezi nunua branded t-shirts yako ya kuvaa, si ati unaambiwa ununulie member yako mwenyewe at cost, si ndio? We can print and sell them at cost. Kama tunazinunua 500 tuuze hiyo 500, si ndio? Na wale if you have a share drive, kuna wengine wanaonanga kwa Sacco wanaleta share drive, ukiweka shares kiwango fulani unapewa t-shirt. Sawa sawa. As a way of marketing, as a way of marketing, we should be ambassadors. Use phones and social media to share Sacco updates. Si kwa status hapo naonanga umepost, si ndio? Si mna post status kwa WhatsApp na kwa Facebook. Sijui vile mama ameolewa na kijana, si ndio? Lakini mambo ya Sacco, that is where you draw the line. Hata kuchukua karoho ketu tu post, and you are our delegate on your social media platforms. Wakati Sacco ina post kwa Facebook, who click to like or share. Sawa sawa. Imagine. Sawa sawa. So let us, do we know our Sacco has a Facebook page? Have you ever, when was the last time you visited it? Yes? The page is not aggressive. But you as a delegate, how aggressive are you on the page? Sawa sawa. You know aggressiveness is on two sides. Sawa sawa. You can also be aggressive and the Sacco is also aggressive. Sawa sawa. So how are you aggressive yourself to visit the same old page? How aggressive are you? It's just like someone who was telling me that the government saa ingine inasema vile pombe inamaliza vijana, lakini haiongei ya vile vijana wanamaliza pombe. Sawa. So there are two sides. There are always two sides of the coin. Sawa. There will always be two sides of the coin. So how aggressive are you on our social media platforms? So we should be aggressive as a Sacco na pia wewe. Unajua the more unapitia huko ndio unaona hakuna kitu inabadilika. Ukipatana na staff unamuuliza kwani amwekangi kitu. Si ndio? Yes. Help members understand Sacco operations, loans and savings. An informed member is loyal and responsible. Member ambaye anaelewa hatiri shirika ni letu will be loyal and will be responsible. Protect the Sacco's good name. Act respectively. Avoid spreading negative talk. Defend the Sacco. Correct false information. A good image will build trust. Part of the good image is your image. Sawa sawa. The minute utaenda ukunywe hizo vitu strong, zikupeleke huko kwa hewa ukuja ukiimba one-time songs. Sawa sawa. You must remember huyo ni delegate wetu anaimba. Hatutasema tu yule ni nani, tutakuwa tunasema huyu ni, uliona yule delegate vile alikuwa amekakwenda. Sawa sawa. Na siku hizi in the age of social media, hata unaweza rekodiwa ka video kakumalize. Sawa sawa. So you need to remember you are the image. Na ndio mimi nasema one of the greatest area for delegates, we must avoid financial pecuniary embarrassments to the Sacco. Kukopa pesa yako haitoshangi, wewe unaombaomba pesa kwa station kwa kila mtu, hakuna mtu una deni yake. Umekopa mpaka your spouse anakuja kukutafuta kwa station. Uko na deni ya landlord. Sawa sawa. Yaani landlord anakujia rent, wewe unamkopa. And imagine the level of ukopi, the level of ukopi. Sawa sawa. Na wewe ndiye delegate in a financial institution. Sawa sawa. Defend the Sacco. Give the correct information. And even where there is a problem, defend the Sacco first. The problem utaleta isolviwe. Defend the Sacco. Address complaints calmly and honestly. Sawa sawa. Calmly and honestly. Don't give false promises that cannot be met. Kama Sacco yetu imekuwa ikilipa 6% na kuna Sacco zimelipa 11%, member watakuja wakwambia wewe kwingine wanalipa 11. Usianze kuwadanganya, hata si next year tutakuwa 10. Sawa sawa. But tell them there is a process, we will get there. Sawa sawa. There is a process, we are already activating them. Show them where we have come from. Show them where we have come from. Be a voice of reason. Promote accountability. Ukikuja kwa mikutano huku, ask the right questions. Hiyo maswali yote uko nayo uliza kwa mkutano. Sawa sawa. Support members during AGMs and encourage active participation. For us, of course, is an ADM. Now, how can Saccos raise additional funds? In conclusion, finally, you know when you are doing adult education, kuna mahali unaanza kusema finally in the end, hata wakati hatumalizi. Sawa sawa. Unafikiria tumemaliza, unaamuka unapata ndio tunaanza. How can Saccos raise additional funds? I've just listed a few methods. I will try and explain them. One of them is through additional member share capital. For this to happen, as delegates, you must be involved. I told you it is not a wise idea to increase the minimum share capital, but we need to find ways to increase our what? Share capital. Sawa sawa. Retained surpluses, we should be deliberate about how to increase our institutional capital. Partnership with development finance institutions. There are not many, especially in our space, but from time to time, the board should be on the lookout. Kama kuna pesa inapeanwa na World Bank, kama kuna pesa itapeanwa na boma yangu, sawa sawa. Kama any monies that may come along to help the institutions, we should be among the forefront to pick up such monies. Leasing and asset-based financing, sawa sawa. Crowdfunding and digital campaigns. These are the people who use digital platforms to raise funds for specific projects. Investment income, very, very important. Strategic partnership with fintechs, where we give you mobile loans. See, tuna charge fees. Hiyo fee we share a small amount with the provider. Ama wakati unaangalia balance yako online. Vitu kama statements. Members wanaitishanga statement. We computerize them, tuziweke kwa portal, member aweze ku-download at a small fee, sidio? We make some bit of income and so on. Cooperative development funds, diaspora member contributions. We need to be deliberate about diaspora. Member welfare funds. Tuko na Barrio Benevolent. All members contribute. Yes? All members are contributing. Thank you. Sale or lease of Sacco-owned assets. Our property on Moi Avenue, I'm sure we collect a bit of rent, sindio? Yes. Corporate social responsibility sponsorship, CSR. I know we do CSR, isn't it? How do we do our CSR? Iko kwa budget, sindio? Na ikiwa kwa budget, what happens is our staff wanashikana, especially kikaribia Christmas, sindio? Pamoja na board, wanaenda wanatembelea mahali fulani, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. Generally, that is how most CSR happens. But can we think of going a step ahead maybe in future? Maybe when our problems settle as we move along, to probably do something like a foundation where we can invite other sponsors. Sawa sawa. So that they help us in funding our CSR. We have some circles at our foundations, isn't it? Where they are being sponsored by Equity Bank, by Safaricom, by other people to help push their brand through the corporate social responsibility. In conclusion, scaling. Many people fail because they wait for one day when the Sacco will generate so much money, tutachukua milioni 500 tuende to invest. Sawa sawa. As delegates, you wait for one day when serikali itakuja iseme prisons are becoming a very important aspect of our governance. Sawa sawa. As a government, as a progressive government, correctional facilities should not be ignored. We are going to double the salaries of all people associated with correctional facilities. Mukisha dabuliwa wewe ukuja na 50,000 kila mwezi ukiweka. Sawa sawa. That will not happen, not in this world. Sawa sawa. It will not happen. Hiyo kidogo tunapata, we must be willing to do what? To scale. Ukiangalia mtutuwili, haka na huyu, who is likely to get to the top? This first one will get to the top. Wewe uko hapo, ukisema siku moja kutakuja mzungu, ambaye anaangalia wafungwa, aniachie $1,000. Hakuna mzungu, utaritaya hapo. Utalitaya ukiwa unagojaga mzungu akuje. Sawa sawa. Utalitaya hapo ukigojaga mzungu akuje kwa prison zetu. That is me when I had money. Sawa sawa. So I want to open up for a quick session of questions. About 15 minutes of questions. Sawa sawa. Tomorrow we have 2 sessions. We will look at the cooperatives bill and the Sacco Societies Bill 2025. Sawa sawa. And then we will move to look at active what? Investments. Now on our own individual, what do we need to do so that we can generate more money to bring to the Sacco? Na hii economy ya kasongo. Sawa sawa. What do we do? What should we do? We are opening up for questions. You can give microphones to. Before we open up for questions, let us stretch. Sawa sawa. Let us stand up and stretch. Once you stretch, you can take your seat. We sing a song, the same song we sang last year. Si mnaikumbuka? Oh, we didn't sing? Last year we didn't sing. Sidio? So this year we can sing well seated. We are singing, not dancing. Watu wa mrema, tofautisha kuimba na kukatika. Sawa sawa. You can take your seats. Take your seats. So we are going to sing the song, I will make you what? Fishers of men. And where we have F and you are female, you will stand. Sawa sawa. So ukisikia fish, from, fufu, for, fefe, and you are female, you will do what? Na ukisikia mahali kuna M and you are man, man unakuwa umesimama. Sisi hatujui uko pande gani, tunaweza kuwa tunafikirianga uko huku, kumbe uko pande ile ingine. Sawa sawa. Wewe ndio unajijua. Tuko pamoja. And make sure you are singing. Make sure that you are singing. Uangalie neighbor, make sure anaimba. Sawa sawa. So we sing together. 1, 2, go.
I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Sawa. Sasa si umejua neighbor. Kuna watu hata hawajui tulikuwa tunazimamia wapi. Turudie, si ndio? Sasa mmeshika, si ndio? Na uangalie neighbor anasimamia wapi. Sawa sawa? Okay, 1 2 go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we can take up questions. We can take up questions. We are through with our sessions for the day. Anybody with a burning question? Yes, you can give the mic there. When you are given the opportunity, brand yourself, mention your name, probably the station you are coming from, then raise your question.
Good afternoon, leaders.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nancy Mwenda from Central Workshop. Bwana Anthony.
Yes.
Thank you for teaching us today. Personally, I've learned. There are some things that you've taught us. I don't know whether the question will be directed to you or to us, but you will guide us.
Yes.
Because they have come up in your teaching.
Okay.
You've taught us about products and interest rates. In our society,
yes,
there are some products that reflect what you have told us. Like, the interest is too high. Our members, when we introduced the product,
yes,
they attracted our members because that is some of the things that they used to get outside.
Okay.
So the mobile products.
Yes.
And I'm specifically talking about the MagFlex. I don't know whether you are aware of it. That's why I'm saying I don't know whether I'll direct the question to you or to the board and management. And
what is the rate? I will answer once you give me the facts.
Kindly, somebody can help me tell us the rate, because as delegate.
10% for how many months? 6 months. Okay. So 10% is per month or per annum?
Per month.
Per month, but reducing balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes? It is 15%.
Allow me, because I'm on the question. Say this.
Yes.
You have taught us about, I think I can call it inclusivity, because you can hear the delegates are tapping 10, 15, meaning they don't know.
Yeah.
So that means we don't have information. Yes. As delegates, you are telling us we go and sell us our Sacco to our members.
Yes.
So when a member went and took this loan, he came to me. Tofauti ya hii natala ni gani? So I'm led to advise this delegate, this member, not to take MagFlex. Take another product. Get me?
Very much.
There is this interest on buy-off of the loans.
Yes.
You are telling us to look for members from bank and come. The interest rate that we are buying with the loan, somebody help me. I have members who wanted to come, we get, in fact, at 300,000, the time that, but the interest rate, anaenda anafanyiwa hesabu, anasema wacha nijipelipe bank. Interest ifungue. What is the interest rate of buying of our loans from the bank?
Thank you.
I will, I don't know whether you will also help us on, you will not be able, but let me hear it off.
Yes.
Because this is the only podium where I can say it. The valuation. We are supposed to every member to contribute 3,000. up to now, there are some people that need to contribute the 3,000 members. They have the ability. Yesterday, just a day yesterday, I had a member who is contributing 3,000. He needs 3,500. I have called even to headquarters. So I'm saying this because yesterday even we had the CGP here, and I don't know whether it came up that we are not able. Maybe it's the salary section. But then what can we do to have them implemented? Because we are sending forms, we are even calling the salary, but now it is not working. So that's one of the things that is making us not have our members. Because if the member nipatia form nimepeleka, it has not been implemented. So atasema hapana, wachana naye. Next time, najaribu kumwambia next month. But now amefika mahali amesema wachana na?
Wachana nayo, wacha ikae, nimechoka.
Change of pay point.
Yes.
It is a pain in our neck. Mimi, I'm talking personally as a delegate because I'm representing members in Central Workshop. Nimeambiwa we used to, maybe let me say sneak and help a member mwenye ana loan kabisa from the bank. Anabandilishiwa huko directly. Saa hii, I have a member kwa KCB, ameandika last month, ATM yake ime-expire, he doesn't want to renew the ATM, anataka akuje Magereza. Tumeambiwa you cannot do it directly from headquarters now. You have to go back to Magereza. Now I don't know what is being done, and for our board to help us on change of pay point. We have members who want, in fact even doesn't have loans. So, as you advise us, Mr. Anthony.
Yes.
Please, I don't know whether you have a session with our management or our board to
Thank you for
help us. And when you tell us to encourage our members to save regularly,
yes,
that is what we are doing.
Okay.
But then the challenges zinawafukuza. So address, I don't know whether you will address us or whether you will answer us or whether you will talk to our board to come to us. But
I will address the issues. Thank you very much for recommending that I be given more work to talk to the board. They have had. Sawa. So allow me to address your issues, all of them. The first issue you have is with the 10% interest rate monthly. Tuko pamoja. For 6 months reducing. Tuko pamoja? If you go to Mshwari, which I'm sure is much fairer than Kinatala, Mshwari gives 9% flat rate monthly. So when we offer 10% reducing, it's a much lower rate, but we need first to confirm from the CEO, is it 10 or 15? 10%. So mutu wa 15 umesikia? We are 10%. Sawa? 10% reducing for 6 months is a fair rate. The product in itself is not a good product to be patronizing, lakini what we are saying, huyu mtu ni mgonjwa. Sawa. Sasa mtu mgonjwa, tunasema wacha atibiwe hapa kwetu kuliko kwenda kutibiwa kwingine. Sawa. Juu kwa Kifaransa wanasemanga hata ikichomeka mwenyewe anaweza pata joto. Tuko pamoja. Sawa. Juu sasa huyu ni mtu who has already exposed himself to that risk. He has already exposed himself to that risk. So it's better we get something. Now watu wanatafuta that convenience, isn't it? So if we don't offer the convenience, then how are we going to help them? So kama watakopa hiyo mikopo, ni heri wakopea hapa kwetu. But 10% cannot match what Tala offers. Those ones are punitive, and their penalties are even more punitive. Like when you go to micro-lending, watakwambia we will give you a loan of 3% per month for 1 year. Ukicompare na hizi za 10% kina Mshwari, it appears to be a very good deal, si ndio? Lakini hiyo loan kama umepewa leo tarehe 30, by 29th next month ukuwe hujalipa, inaanzanga kuzaa penalties at 10% per week. So hata uendelee kulipa aje, you will never catch up with the penalties. Enda pale Kiambu Road, hapo karibu tap out there, you will see the number of vehicles that have been parked
kwa sababu walienda kwa hizo madeni. So that you need to be able to market that product. That's a good product ya kuwasaidia hao. Now loan repurchase, ile tunanunua loan kutoka kwa bank, si ndio? Or from other entities. The current fee is what percent? 15%. Sawa sawa. Why would we introduce such a punitive percentage? For two reasons. Currently, what is our liquidity? Are we together? Kumbuka huyu ni mtu alipewa pesa kwingine. We are taking our money to pay another institution. Sawa sawa. So if our liquidity is not so strong, you may think we are interested in buying those loans so much, but currently we might not be. Sawa sawa. And we have not profiled this member very well. Anaweza kuwa ni shida tunanunua kutoka kwa banki zingine. Let me give you a very good example. Physically that you know. There is a Sacco known as Metropolitan. Umeisikia? Sidio? Metropolitan suffered a loss of close to 10 billion shillings. 10 billion wiped out of their books. Will it ever survive again? Will it ever come back? Chances are near zero that it would come back. How did they suffer their losses? Part of the losses by Metropolitan was wakitaka to expand their loan book very fast. They went and onboarded people from Nakumat and Uchumi by buying their loans from the bank. So the banks were very happy. Sawa sawa. Hawa watu walikuwa wanaona ile shida inaelekea kukuja in future. But these ones were seeing that they are getting members. So member akiwa na loan ya 1 million, anakuja kwetu, tunampea 1.2, tunalipa bank 1 million, yeye tunamuongezea 1,000 ngapi? But remember, this member had ran away from us for a reason. And especially when our liquidity is low. If liquidity was to turn iko juu, then we can reduce that fee. Sawa sawa. Hiyo ya kununua those loans. So that is a moving area. I'm sure the board has had. They are most likely going to consider whether 15% continues to be reasonable based on where they currently are position-wise. Sawa sawa. The other question was on salaries and pay point. It's a very valid issue that you have noted in terms of helping the Sacco. I may not be in a position to solve it, but I'm in a position to suggest possible solutions. Sawa sawa. So one of the solutions would be, because you have a very good rapport with your employer, where the Sacco agrees that if a member raises an issue, like they want to change a pay point, especially because you are the ones instigating it, then the Sacco can dedicate a staff, wa Sacco, sawa sawa, who will assist, so that if I request change of pay point, a copy is given to the staff. Ndio afanya nini? Aweze kusaidia kufuatilia, yeye ndiye atakimbishana na hiyo maneno. Are we together? Nikichange pay point, change, like especially when I want to increase, I have been contributing 3,000 na nimeandika barua iende to 4,000. As a Sacco, we would be very happy, isn't it? We can even send someone akae hapo kwa payroll mpaka ifanyike. Sidio? We would be willing to do so. So my suggestion, the board has had, they can consider interlinking with the employer where possible. Sawa sawa. Yes? Yes, if you have a loan from, if you go and take a loan with KCB and you attach your pay slip, the minute you want to change your pay point, it is appears you want to defraud KCB. And the reverse is true. But the reverse will be true. If someone has a loan with us, we should not allow them to change our pay point. Isn't it? You must see it from the two angles. I know you are saying it's check off, they are withholding the loan. It's the employer who pays the loan, ama inawekwa kwa account, inakatiwa kwa account. Inakatiangwa kwa account. Yes. No, they should be able to change the pay point. Sawa. It's a discussion that should be held between the board and the payroll section
and dedicated. But if I had a question right, she was saying there are members who don't even have a loan. Sidio? Member hana loan, anataka kuchange pay point, anatuma hiyo request kwa your payroll division. Payroll are not interested. Sacco sio yao. Sawa sawa. And that is why I'm saying as a Sacco we should be willing to get in. Sidio? Yes. Yes. Yes.
What are the effects? What are the effects of forfeiting our dividends for 1 or 2 years from the Sacco?
Thank you.
We hold dividends, not pay dividends for even 1 year or 2. What effects does it have?
Yes, I can answer that question. It would have, it is doable. And if all the members were seated here and they would comprehend what we are discussing, it would be a very good decision. But what I can assure you is that the costs may outweigh the benefits. So the negative repercussions. Members wamengoja, sawa, then unawaambia wacha tupite hivyo. In some circles they do it. But it would have to be a circle where the members are at a very high level of understanding for it to work. So my suggestion, we may want to run. Tunaweza kuwa tumeingia hapa. What we want to do, tunataka kupanda hii ngazi ya kuruka mara moja tu. You know, if we retain 362 million, hiyo pesa hata tunaweza lipa loan yetu mara moja tumalize. Sidio? Next year tukue tumeboost our institutional capital by another 150 million. In 2-3 years, we would have gotten to a position where we can earn dividends of 12-15%. But the negative repercussion of it may outweigh the benefit. Sawa sawa. So it's a balancing act. And a lot of information would have to have gone to the members for them to buy into it. But it's a good idea if you're able to see it from that angle. Sawa sawa? Yes. Any other question? Yes, there's a question here. Kindly wait for the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Yes.
My question is very simple and clear. We talked about prudential ratios.
Yes.
These are benchmarks as you taught us.
Yes.
Now, why can't we as a Sacco, because on that fact, you also talked about liquidity and capital,
yes.
Capital adequacy.
Yes.
Now, why don't we suggest board and the delegates to uplift the rate of share capital, because also we talked about the share capital of that note, so that we can attract more members on that line. Thank you. Why don't we upgrade dividends on share capital so that we can be stable on capital adequacy? Thank you.
Thank you. So what you are suggesting, you said your question will be direct and clear. It was direct but not clear. So what you are suggesting is that we increase the rate of dividends on share capital. The risk of that is that we may increase and still members don't increase share capital. Sawa sawa. So hiyo pesa tume increase, remember we have eaten into our institutional capital. You imetoka wapi? Sawa sawa. So we cannot cure a problem by trying to introduce another problem. Already our rate of dividends is higher than interest. So kama ni wakuleta wangekuwa meleta. Sawa sawa. So we are already paying 10%. And interest is 6%. So what makes you believe tukipeleka 15% wataleta pesa? Other Saccos are paying because they have built the institutional capital. Sawa sawa. Because they have deliberately invested over the years. And that is what we are saying. We be deliberate about controlling our cost. We be deliberate about investing. Sawa sawa. We be deliberate about balancing the payout.
as the lady was suggesting, whenever we declare dividends, tuambie members tutakuwa tukiwakata kidogo. You see, like police, for many years, police would pay 17%, but they would only pay out 10%. They were retaining 7%. Na hivyo ndivyo watu wengi walijiinua kwa their capital. Sawa sawa. And saa hizi, ukienda uangalia the institutional capital ya police is 15 billion. Institutional capital alone. Their share capital is 3 billion. So they have 18 billion permanent capital before they can look at member deposits. So we need to tuangalie hii ngazi, sawa sawa. Tusitake kuruka mara moja, tunaweza ruka tuache member wengine nje. So we balance. Tuende tukuje tuseme next year when we declare dividends of 362 million, can we find a way of retaining the 62 to pay out 300? Si hapo tumepiga hatua, sawa sawa. But tukisema to retain the entire 362, it might come with very negative members wanaweza panic watoke wote. What will we do? Sawa sawa. Yes, so it's a balancing act. And once we retain the 62 million, tuifuate nayo tumeiweka wapi? Sawa sawa. Tumeiretain ndio, lakini sasa inaenda wapi? Will it generate for us another 6 million next year? Sawa sawa. Where will it go? Another question? Yes, we have two here.
Okay, I am Madam Susan representing Kisii Women. My question is, us as delegates, we are the ambassadors to our esteemed customers.
Yes.
But we also have challenges. Like in our stations, we have scarcity of computers. What strategies have our Sacco put aside to ensure that we are equipped with computers in order to ease the work of our customers? Some computers are already not working, so we usually may find a station like mine, we have only one computer. It does the work of the office like duty roster. And you want to do the work of the customers. What can you do?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. We have issues to do with this computer ni ya Sacco ama ya employer? Ya employer. Lakini sasa wewe kama delegate unataka kuitumia kufanya kazi ya delegate. Unataka kufanya kazi yako ama kazi ya Sacco? Sacco work. Thank you. I've gotten the question. Thank you. The first thing you need to do is to understand that Sacco mahali iko, si tumesema tukanyagia expenses. Sasa tutaanza kununua makompyuta ama ni kujipanga? Sawa sawa. Kununua computer. So the Sacco can help you in form of things like members portal. See, we have a members portal. Tuko na members portal, isn't it? So what you need to know is how to direct the member to use the portal. You don't need a computer. Kama umejitolea kufanya kazi ya Sacco, you don't need a computer. Hata kwa kitabu manyo unaweza ifanya. Sawa sawa. Yes? Mununue tablet. Yes, there is another question here.
Thank you.
And then another one there.
Mine is just in line with this one. What I'm seeing here is lack of education. Most of us here, I'm member number 2591, representing Maranjao, GK Prison, Mogambi, my name. Most of the delegates whom you are seeing here, they are very new. In fact, if you would ask them about the products of the Sacco, they cannot tell you this is this, they cannot differentiate between this and this. And therefore, I'm hoping that there is a forum, because I remember when we were in Mombasa last year,
yes,
we ended up without delegates being told about the products of the Sacco. So I'm expecting that before the end of tomorrow, we are going to differentiate between this product, because how am I going to market a product which I am not aware about? This is the first entry. They are not aware about anything. Even talking about the interests on loans. Right now, we don't know. We don't know the percentage at which the FOSA, our own bank, we as delegates, we don't know the percentage at which it is offering their loans. Personally, I don't know. I don't know. We tried to ask it another day. We were not told. Is it? Are we? Yeah. Rule number what? Number 5.
Yes. No heckling.
No heckling.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just reminding you. Yeah. We don't know about the percentage, and sometimes when the board is at a position of rather increasing the percentage, we are left behind. We as delegates, we are not informed. We are not informed that this has changed from 10% this percentage. So there is a lot of lack of education. Now, are we entitled? My question is: are we entitled to know the rate at which our products are being offered?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I can combine it with that other question. Patiana pale, that other side. And as the microphone is moving there, let me answer that question. The board, you know the board, especially when you are here as delegates, the board wants to please you. But me, I'm a consultant. I start on the side of data and information. They may even be tempted to twerk the program ndio kesho mkuja mfundishwe products. Na kuna kamutu katagreto hapa as staff, aku hata amejitayarisha labda ujioni sasa ndio amepanic prepare akuja kisheka hapa haraka haraka awaambie kwenda kwa USSD yetu ni hii, kuangalia balances ni hizi, loan ni hii, rate ni hizi, or maybe someone who does it on a daily labda kwa marketing. But I can assure you that is not how you will get to know the products. So the simplest way is to first know when you are elected as a leader, leadership comes with obligations, responsibilities. Huko na jukumu wewe ya kutafuta hiyo information. However, the information should be available to you. So I want to make it easier for you. Sawa, of how the board can make it easy. Si tuko na WhatsApp group ya delegates. Sawa. We could agree every week we'll be running on one product alone. Are we together? So tunapost hapo kwa hata kutype tu kwa hiyo group, tunapost kama ni mambo ya USSD. Hiyo wiki mzima tunakuwa tunaongelelea USSD. Sawa. Wiki ingine tunaongelelea mobile loan. That is the only way you learn. Lakini tukisema tukuje tukufundisha our products from end to end within 2 hours, hiyo itakuwa tu ni kubweka hapa. Sawa. Lakini pia it is upon yourself pia kukaanga ukitafuta hii information as a leader. You should be knowing wewe mwenyewe. Sawa. But in terms of availing the information, I agree the Sacco should take a proactive role, and one way they can do it is to do it continuously rather than in a single session. In a single session, we cannot learn everything about Magereza. Tunaweza amua leo kesho tufundisha mobile loan, ukifika nyumbani no sooner do you arrive at home than member kuuliza mambo ya school fees loan. Wewe ulikuwa umesoma mobile loan, anakuuliza mambo ya school fees loan. So continuously we should keep on learning those products. And we can even have initiatives. We can have small gifts, t-shirts, pens, and so on for those who learn something. Sawa. Kindly proceed.
My name is Maswamboi, Delegate Thikamen. Mine is, I wanted you to clarify for us about the money in Cusco, because most of us believe there was money, and you even told us to clap for our board members. So, personally, I was asked by like 3 members to clarify on that.
Yes.
So please, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Your Sacco, just like 4,000 other Saccos, is a member of Cusco, which is our union. Sawa. And as an affiliated member of Cusco, Saccos invest in Cusco in 3 ways. Subscription of share capital based on our size. Subscription of deposits just like an ordinary Sacco for borrowing purposes. And number 3, where much of the money was lost in Cusco, kuna kitu ilikuwa inaitwa CFF, is like a money market fund. Are we together? Saccos patronize money market funds for two major reasons. One, kuna sako ziko na excess liquidity. Member wamekopa lakini tunabaki na 1 billion shillings. Hiyo pesa tuwezi iacha bank mahali haizai. Tunaiweka kwa money market funds. So part of those money market funds will include people like Coop Bank through Coop Trust. They will include people like CIC. They would include Cusco. And these funds in Cusco were at a staggering amount of 12 billion shillings. Are we together? So that is where most of the SACCOs lost their money. The other reason why SACCOs will maintain their money in the money market funds is to pay dividends. Tulisema Sacco yetu wakati wa kulipa dividend ina spend out about 362 million shillings. So how do SACCOs try to lessen that burden? Tukingoja ati mwezi moja tutakuja tuweke hiyo pesa, it will be very a tall order, isn't it? So over the months, kuanzia Januari, Sacco inatenga pesa, inaweka. Sawa sawa. The other month inaendelea kuweka. By the time we are getting to September, October, unapata Sacco imeweka kama 250 million. Ndio wakati tunafika March, wakati wa kulipa dividend, inaongezea tu hiyo kidogo, iko juu inalipa dividend. Are we together? For your Sacco, because we did not have excess liquidity, there was no way we were going to park money in the CFF by Cusco. But for the sake of payment of dividends, your Sacco was investing. If you look at your books, mulikuwa na money market fund with who? With APA. Sawa sawa. So the reason I was saying you clap for your Sacco is because they had already seen the risk in putting the money under CFF with Cusco. That money because if ingefungiwa huko, you would have lost that entire 360 million. Are we together? Now, do we have any small investments in Cusco? Definitely, because we are members, so we have subscribed to the share capital, just like other SACCOs. Na ndio mliambiwa, I think your share capital should be around 20 million or less than that. Yes, 66 million. Sawa sawa. For the shareholding. Just like you muko na share capital as a member hapa. Hiyo itawahi rudi mpaka hata Sacco ikienda mnaenda nayo, si ndio? That is the same share capital that tuko nayo huko. Any other question? So you can respond to the member as such. Out of the CFF of 12 billion, as our Sacco hatukuwa hapo. Yes, there is another hand up there. Then another one here.
I see there is some information there, but they are outdated. Like I think it was for 2021. So when a member visits that, he gets our own information. And tunaitwa waongo. Unajua wakati tumemwambia hivi na naona vitu vingine anasema nyinyi wale. So kindly, I don't know who can update the information there, because they still have zile rates za kitambo. Kama the provident fund inasema ni 200 bado. So bado tunapata ugumu ukiwa unaelezea members wanapata rahisi information huku, but they are wrong.
Thank you. That's a very good feedback. I think the board and the secretariat are sized of the matter. Our website should be updated. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa, yes. Another question here. And I'm informed that tomorrow niliwaambia session zangu ni 2. Hiyo ingine ya 3 mutakaa, any questions you have directed to the secretariat and the board will be directly answered, but I would not mind picking her question and any other question that
Okay, yes. Yangu ni ombi tu na uniambika ni ombi mzuri. Knowledge is power, si ndio?
Yes.
Sasa tumefundishwa vizuri sana na masomo imeingia kiasi cha mtu. Unapata wengine wetu tuko hapa lakini tunafundishana station, ndio sisi ni ambassadors, lakini hata hatujui kujiexpress vizuri. Sijiongelelei, naongelelea baadhi.
Yes.
Okay, tunashinda tukiwasomesha hawa watu, tunawaambia uzuri wa Sacco na nini, si ndio? Lakini unapata wengine sasa wametuzoea. Nilikuwa naomba hivi. Kunaweza kuwa na exchange programs in a way that within a region, wale tuseme sasa mimi niko Naivasha, watu wa Nakuru wakuje waongeleshe watu wangu. Kwa sababu mara mingi tunaona masomo iko Nairobi peke yake. Na sasa directors wetu wote wamekuja Nairobi. Uko mashinani, ni nani atakuja enlighten watu? Niliona siku moja kuna director mmoja alikuja Naivasha. And it was of great impact. Hao watu walisikiza masomo, walikuja na bwana CEO. Walisikiza, ulikuwa unasikia, hey, mimi nitaongeza, mimi nitafanya. Jana hao top savers walikuwa hapa. Si kuna wengine waliongeza tu pesa kwa sababu ya kufundishwa.
Yes.
Amezoea mimi wa station, hasikii kitu. Si ndio?
Yes.
Lakini akiletewa mtu mwingine,
yes,
atasikia. Hata huko shule, mwalimu mwingine akiletwa, mtoto anasikiza kwa makini. Yes. Tafadhali, nikutume kwa board.
Nitume.
Uambie, fanya hivi.
Yes.
Ebu waongeleshe. Kwa sababu tunataka kushika wale wasiokuwemo. Na wale wenye wako, tuzidi kuwafanya nini? Kuonyesha umuhimu wa kusave. Mimi hata leo hii, ninaomba kama ningepata ningeongeza nikiwe top saver. Yes. Because nimeona uzuri na umuhimu wa kufanya nini? Wa kusave. Na ndio hii challenge ya liquidity ifanye nini? Ishe.
Thank you kwa kunituma. Na nitatumika, nitawaambia. Umesema nitumwe nikawafundishe. Sawa. No, I agree with you. You don't even need to get a consultant for your information, by the way. Msiseme najitafutia kazi. Sawa. Sio lazima tutume consultant, even our staff, is it? Anaweza kuja pale. We find a way of disseminating information in different strategies. Sawa. Board wanasikiza. They are picking those issues. Sawa. Yes, you can hire me. Sawa. Yes, proceed kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Muthe.
Yes.
I just want to ask a question.
Yes.
As per the session that you've taken us through.
Initially,
from the word go, you talked about the Saccos that defaulted from the Cusco. So my question is, was Magereza among the Saccos that defaulted from Cusco?
The answer is no. We did not have a loan with Cusco.
Thank you. I hope my fellow delegates mmeelewa kwa nini nauliza hiyo swali. Kama ulikuwa mnaangalia ile wall yetu kama kawaida. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Achumane Kiru, Delegate Kitale, Maine. I'm raising it's a concern. I would like to. There's been things that there's been changes in our leadership that has been happening for the last 4 years.
Yes.
It touched some of my members and even me, and maybe I don't know whether some of the delegates here are also concerned on the same. We've heard our chairman, or those who have been in seats of chairman, being in the seat for 1 year. We had Mr. Maswai for only 1 year. Obiero came in for 1 year, and then Kimani came in for 1 year.
Now Juma has come in.
So I've been thinking and trying to figure out whether it's healthy for Sacco to behave that way, and whether if a chairman is given maybe 3 years term or so, or whether the chairman, if a chairman stays for long, will be of great importance to the Sacco. What is the risk of the same? Is it okay or? Thank you. That is my concern.
The appointment of chairman of Saccos is a political process that is dependent on the existing board members. Why are you likely to see frequent changes, especially when we are in a recovery phase, is because often than not, it involves more work. Wakati tuko kwa recovery, kazi ni mingi na ni ngumu. Sawa. So it is normal to see your misukosuko and changes. Is it the ideal situation? No, it is not. We would be better off if we would get some level of stability, but there is nothing abnormal with it. Because kazi ni mingi, saa ingine, labda wale wako nje, wale ambao sio chairman, anasema mimi nikawekwa pale, nitasort, nitakaa gumu, nitajitolea, unawekwa pale, unapata kazi ni mingi, sawa. So those are normal processes, especially wakati tuko kwa hii phase ya kazi, sawa. With time, we would expect it to stabilize. We would be better off if it were to stabilize. and we have some stability. But as I'm saying, it will come from different expectations. What would be of a greater risk now is when we are in this rebuilding phase, where PSC as delegates to engage into the same tamaa, yeah, mimi nikiachiliwa niingie kwa board, I will sort the problem in 1 year. Sawa sawa. So pia badala hata kuchange board chair, tuanze pia kuchange board members. Tuanze kuangoa tukiwarudisha, tukingoa tukileta wengine. So every year we start getting new board members, we might lose traction. Sawa sawa. So is it normal? It is normal. Is it encouraged? No, it is not encouraged. We would urge the board members, try and get some form of stability. Sawa sawa. Try and get some form of stability. Yes, there is a hand that is up there.
I'm Kamilita Anyango, Delegate Kakamega Women Stroke RC. My concern is, I think there is a day that we had Mr. Maswa in the house at Mbasa at the time for education, and we had so many questions on him. But at last, he said that he, in the office, once the board members has elected the chairman, for example, he just takes over where he has gotten it. So it becomes a problem on our liquidity kwa sababu huyu mtu akiondoka kwa ofisi, automatically there is nothing of handing and taking over. Kindly help us so that we can get that word of handing and taking over. Hata kama ni new chairman mwenye ameingia kwa ofisi, aelezee delegate that I've gotten the office in this manner and we are starting here and we are moving this side. But as delegates, we are just in black and white. The office ikishachukuliwa inakuwa tu wanaendelea hivyo. And that's how the liquidity yetu haiwezi kasonga pahali. That is, I'm requesting for advice. Equate the handing and taking over in the office. Then secondly, I was also requesting our board if they can elect one of the person, whether delegate or one of the office person, in the salary section. Because you find that we are losing a lot of money and yet we are talking about liquidities. As in my station, I have one person who took a loan in 2023. I signed for her that loan, but up to now, loan haijawahi katwa hata siku moja. Nimejaribu hata kutembea. I even talked with the former chairman, Mr. Kimani. I've talked with the present chairman, Mr. Juma. I've gone even to the data manager. We had tried to control, but unaona haijai katwa mpaka sai. So this member yesterday, before I was traveling, aliniambia the only option ni waulize kama anaweza toa aje shares zake zilipe basi hiyo, because hawataki kudeduct na yeye anataka another loan. But nikamwambia is much better achukue big loan, watoe hiyo yako, I think, because wakiingiza kwa system ndio watajua. So it is us also that we are claiming that we don't, members are staying with the loans and yet sisi wenyewe ndio hatufuatilii. So it might be on the salary section. So I'm requesting kama board inaweza toa mtu mmoja asimame side ya salary section, wampe wale watu wamechukua loans zote so that all of the loans zikatwe. And also other loans, unakuta mtu ako able ya kukata loan, na hiyo loan naye wanakata, inaitwa aje? Wanaikata, yani hawaikati full, wanakata nusu, ingine inabaki. Ana request for even 1 year, anasema wacha wakate mpaka vile watamaliza. So it also discourages a member in that sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those sentiments on 2 areas. The question of change of the chairman. Sawa. The transition that happens at board level, there is no usually a gap. When the chairman is changed, the metrics, the records, remember, are housed with the secretariat. The CEO remains, isn't it? So the CEO has the records of, there is nowhere where the chairman handles liquidity or cash of the Sacco. Sawa. So transition is not a problem. The only problem is perception. And usually, like the former chair is still part of the board, is it? So the new chair, when reconstituted, seeks to make sure that the entire board moves together. But the perception to our members
when we keep on changing the chairman, the perception to our members may start appearing like we are not okay, we are not stable. And that is why I'm saying, as a board, we want them to give us a united front as much as possible. But as I'm mentioning, usually why it happens is because we are in a recovery phase. Kila mtu anataka mazuri kwa hii Sacco. Kila mtu anaamini Juma na anasema mimi mkinipea chance, nitajitolea na mnaona vile nimejitolea, nitashika hii gari, niendeshe vizuri. Mwingine anasema hata mimi nipe chance muone sasa. Mwingine anasema, mwingine anapewa lakini anaenda anapata hiyo gari, kumbe steering ni ngumu labda kuliko vile alikuwa amefikiria. Sawa sawa. So those are normal things, especially when we are at the recovery phase. We hope we are going to stabilize on that front. What may be more dangerous is now where we also start changing the board from the delegates. Juu tukitoa board, by the time board member run, mwenye ameleta mpya, tunaleta mwingine, it might harm us in the long run. The other question you have raised about payroll, there is a problem that needs to be solved up. And you have given a very good suggestion. We could consider having a special delegate coming from the payroll section. I'm just saying, I'm just suggesting, I'm not saying we must take it. So that when we have that delegate, ndiye atakuwa kitusaidia, alafu to appoint a specific employee from the staff side of the Sacco, so that they be linking with that delegate to make sure hizo shida haziko. Na wakati tunafanya kikao kama hiki, atakuwa proper delegate. Sawa sawa. So we could create a special delegate, 1 or 2. Sawa sawa, coming from the payroll section, and that may help sort out our problems. They are just suggestions. The board will deliberate further. We cannot make decisions on the floor of such a forum. So with that, I wish to thank you very much. We shall meet tomorrow. I know there are many questions. I will still be here tomorrow. Sawa sawa. Asante sana.
Can you appreciate CPA Anthony? Tumpigie na makofi ya nyayo. 1, 2, 3. Fungua. Asante sana Bwana Anthony. Nilisimama kwa sababu kesho pia bado wako hapa. Hatutaki exhaust everything. Ndio kesho pia akuwe hapa. So asante sana. Have we learned something? From morning tumejifunza kitu. Asante. On that note, tutakuwa na in-house kesho pia. So all those questions zikuje kesho. Board iko hapa na supervisory na management staff tutawajibu. There are a few announcements nataka kumake, but before we make those announcements, ningependa kumleta CEO aseme something. In the morning we heard from the chair. Ningependa kuleta CEO aseme something concerning the organization. Alafu tutawapa announcements and vile tutaendelea. Ninaomba wale wanachukua t-shirts wachukue t-shirts polepole, waache kelele pale tafadhali. Hatujamaliza session. Karibu CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Good afternoon. I wish to take this opportunity to appreciate our facilitator, CP Anton, for the very insightful presentation that he has taken us through. I also wish to say that we have been very keen, and we have also been able to know as a Sacco what challenges are we being faced with. And I can say the major challenge to us as a Sacco is capitalization. The only way we can come from where we are is capitalizing the Sacco, and this is through mobilization of deposits from our members and building our institutional capital. So I wish to clarify 3 issues which have been a concern to the delegates through your forum. 1 is about the trainees at PSTC, what the board is doing. And 2 is about the venue of the delegates' education, why Nairobi, not Mombasa, and then the CSR activities which are proposed by the board. So I'll start with the trainees who are potential members of the Sacco. And we have seen one way we can grow our Sacco is through membership growth. And our common bond is a closed bond. So means we rely our membership from the prisons department. And that is where we have our potential at the moment until when we shall amend our bylaws. So in an effort to ensure that we enlist the trainees to the Sacco membership, the board of directors approached the administration of the Prisons Training College, and the patron of the Sacco is the Commissioner General of the Sacco. And the engagement that the board had with the PSTC, that is through the office of the commandant was very positive to support the board in the initiative. And the board also had an opportunity to engage with the instructors who stay with the trainees in the college for 9 months. So the instructors are in a relationship which is more of a parental to the trainees. So most of the time, the trainees will do that they are told by the instructors. So in our approach, we meant it in 2 folds. One, we have an engagement with the instructors so that we can seek their support and champion the Sacco in convincing the trainees to join the Sacco membership. And we agreed to have a scheduled engagement, and that was supposed to take place this coming Friday after our training year. Unfortunately, there are some happenings which occurred, and most of the instructors will be committed elsewhere, so they will not be available. And they requested we reschedule the engagement to next week. So the board will be visiting PSTC next week to have an engagement with the trainees for the purpose of joining hands with the management to ensure they are enlisted to the Sacco membership. After that, during the engagement with the commandant and the patron, we had a discussion, and our proposal was, unlike in the past, where we have been allowed to engage the trainees in a crowd, the entire 4,000, they be divided into groups of 150 or 200, so we can engage them in scheduled phases so that it becomes more effective rather than having them in one group, which the administration was agreeable, and we agreed to do our proposal so that they can schedule the engagements for us. So all that is in line so that we achieve the recruitment of the trainees. On the CSR, during our engagement, and remember CSR are within the governance structure of institutions, and the same is also in our governance structure. And the CSR activities that we are meant to undertake are the ones that impact on the society or conserve our environment. So the board, during the engagement with the commandant and the patron, had proposals. One, in the parade square, when you visit college, there is a stand which was done by Cooperative Bank. For the Sacco to have an identity and to impact in our catchment area, we made a proposal to do a stand, a dais, in one of the areas in the parade square. So that was a proposal. The other one was the Sacco to support in doing a pit latrine in the areas where the trainees undertake their trainings. And the last one was to mount a city clock within the college. So those are the proposals that the board presented. But now, the way organizations engage must be formalized. So those were verbal engagements. When we came back in the board, we said we should formalize our proposal to the institution. So we did a letter to the commandant proposing the 3 CSR projects. So far, the office has not reverted to us. They remain still proposals, and they are in our minutes. So once the administration considered the proposals and gives us a go-ahead, then the board will get the pricing of the undertaking, what will be involved, whether our budget can cater for that, or whether some will be deferred to another time when the budget will allow. So they still remain proposals. On the last one, why now the meeting for the delegates or the training is now in Nairobi and not in Mombasa. And I want to respond to that through the governance structure of the Sacco. The supreme body that governs the Sacco is the ADM. And the ADM is basically the resolutions that are made there, and who makes them is the congregation that attends the ADM, and that is the delegates and the board of directors. So during the AGM, the resolutions that are made act as the guideline on how the board will undertake the business in that year until the next year. And the agenda for discussion is in the Cooperative Act. So it is universal in all the Saccos. Whatever Magereza is discussing in the ADM is the same that will be discussed by the other Saccos in the ADM. It's again in our bylaws. So one of the proposals that, or the resolutions that we make is the budget. And in the budget, there is training and education. And remember, the budget we are operating with for now is the budget for 2025. And this was approved in the year 2023. And remember, it was approved with amendments. The board goes and reduces the entire budget by 20%. In the last ADM, we presented the revised budget for 2025 with a budget for education at 15 million, reduced from 30 million. So that the entire expenditure for that budget can be reduced to achieve the 20%. So the reason why the education is now in Nairobi is to accommodate our expenditure within the budget that we approved. Sio iko clear? Thank you.
Asante CEO. Chairman, kuna kitu naongezea? Sawa, situpigie CEO makofi. Asante kwa hiyo clarification, it is important. Nataka niwashukuru nyote kwa attentive siku ya leo. Tumefika mwisho wa siku ya leo. Kuna mtu alipost kwa group, alipost asubuhi, knowledge is what? Knowledge is si power. Alisema knowledge speaks, but wisdom listens. Muliona asubuhi? Si ilipostiwa kwa group. So I just want to congratulate all of us. Mmekuwa good listeners. Na najua pia tumejifunza kitu siku ya leo. Kesho pia ni siku ambayo pia tutaendelea. Our announcements ni ya kuwa t-shirts ziko hapo nje. Zimepangwa na regions. So make sure you sign against your name ukichukua t-shirt kwa wala hawajachukua. Alafu ningeomba kesho tuzivae ndio tuweze kuwa na photo session. Sitakuwa mzuri? Chair, is it in order? Tutavaa hizi branded t-shirts. Hata kama utavaa nguo yako lakini ukija tembea na yako alafu wakati wa picha, si ndio? Tupige picha pamoja. But tumefundishwa hapa pia tuwe tuna brand hii society, si ndio? So ni vizuri tuvae hiyo. Najua iko baridi, weka kitu kingine. Wengine tumetoka mahali joto iko. Weka kitu kingine juu. Hii baridi ni kali Nairobi. So kesho tunaomba tuvae hizo t-shirts, alafu tutakuwa tunapiga picha nayo iingie kwa vitabu zetu. I want to believe all of us mulilipwa your reimbursements kwa accounts zenyu. Kama uko na issue ambayo hujalipwa, unaweza ukamwona our management staff, alafu utakuwa sorted. Kuna pia forms of variation hapo nje. Yes, tumekuwa na challenge ya hizo nini, but hatutakosa kuendelea kufanya the right thing, si ndio? Let us keep doing the right thing. Kuna forms of variation hapo. Ukifeel hata hii allowance umepewa ni mingi, unaweza ongeza kwa nini. Sitakuwa mzuri. Castro unacheka bana. Sina boost deposit pia. So tunaomba tu pia utilize hiyo nafasi iko hapo. Kama ulikuja Nairobi na hauna ATM, kindly visit Sacco either Friday, unatolewa ATM yako instant na unarudi nayo station. Sitakuwa mzuri. Otherwise tumefika mwisho. Nasema unless kama chairman kuna jambo lingine. There is 4 o'clock tea pale. Tukitoka hapa tunaweza take our tea. And I want to wish you a good evening in Nairobi. Enjoy yourselves while you're in Nairobi. Na Mungu awabariki sana. Kesho situjaribu pia mapema, si ndio? 8:30 pia tujaribu so that we kickstart our program by 9. Sitakuwa mzuri. Asanteni sana. Tungependa kupata a volunteer tuombe jioni ya leo. We need a Muslim atuombe. We need a Muslim atuombe. God Ibrahim. Apewe mic atuombe. Ombea chai, ombea safari, ombea Sacco, ombea viongozi hawa. Chukua hicho. Asanteni sana, muwe na jioni njema.
Habari yenu? Assalamu alaikum. Yetu atufungi macho. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Imekaba kila kitu.
Asanteni sana, imeisha.